Hopefully now you can hear me. Okay. Sorry, I was basically saying hi. I'm trying to improve my live streams, and I've got OBS for the third time, and I'm hoping that it's working and that you can hear me now, hopefully, and you can see me now, and it's working. Okay, good. Finally, thank you all so much for joining. I think this is like my first YouTube live stream that I have done this year, so happy new year. I thought that it would be nice for us to have a bit of a fun sketchbook session. In honesty, part of me was like, oh, I wonder if I can finish a sketchbook in 24 hours. And I guess by the end of this live stream / video, we will know that the answer to that. So I'm going to start it, and I will be sharing the references with you as well, so that you can join in as well, and we'll have some fun. But yeah, thank you all so much for joining. And I kind of really wanted to set it up so that essentially so that it's a long stream, and so that if you wanted to hop in and out, you can. If you're watching on the replay and you wanted to join in with the references, you can. And I also wanted to try and play a game of art bingo. So if you are painting along, let me know. That goes for whether you're watching live or on the replay, just so that I know. Yeah, happy new year. I can't believe it's the end of January already, and yet it's felt like 3 months. Januaries are always so long. Let me show you the top down view so that you can actually see what I am doing. Since when did I do a very short stream? Very fair point. I think the shortest stream that I have done on my own has been like 1.5 hours, and even then it was like, whoa, what's going on? And then I've done like shorter streams when I've done them with Etcher, because I can't like just hold them ransom. I hope the sketchbook isn't too big. Well, this is a good point. That would have made sense. And initially I was looking for the A5 Etcher sketchbook, but I couldn't find my A5 Etcher sketchbook because the B5 is my favorite size. So I have a B5 Etcher everyday sketchbook. But it's okay, because I figured, we'll do a few like spreads that are just one item, a few spreads that are like go across, and as long as I don't sleep for like 12 hours, should be fine, right? That would have honestly made more sense. But let me make sure that you can see my top down view, and you can't. Oh, you can. Okay, cool. This is from our last Zoom session with my members, and initially I wasn't too sure about this one, but it's actually since grown on me. I quite like it now. And I am doing an offer, like a special bonus, where I'm essentially offering a 1-to-1. So if you wanted to use it to paint together, if you wanted to use it to answer questions or go through art supplies that you are thinking of getting, or want like more insights, if you're starting a YouTube channel and want to talk through that, or if you just literally want to have a chill paint session like this, but just the two of us, then be sure to sign up. I have left everything linked down below in the description. And if you are a member, you'll know that we are also starting a no-buy tomorrow, which is wild, courtesy of Sonia. So that's going to be a really fun challenge to do together. And as part of that, I printed it in black and white, but as part of that, I created, as you can see, a thick booklet just with ideas and inspiration for us to just carry us through the month of February, so that we can focus on creating and having fun and enjoying ourselves. And actually, one of the activities that I have in here is what I want to do during this live stream. So it has trackers, it has notes that I have made, there's plenty of references in the shop as well. So I'm hoping that you'll find it helpful and beneficial, and it's just a reminder to go and have a look at that as well. And if you would like to join and you haven't joined yet, then I've left that linked in the description. I have also left linked in the description, and don't have a look if you are doing a no buy right now, the fact that Roman Schmall are on sale and that the Holbein granulating watercolors are finally available on Jackson's. I'll show you, I did some swatches of them. It only took like 6 months for them to finally come, but as you can see, these are some of the colors. They've also kind of divided the collection into different sets, so they have like a moon set, I think like a landscape set, a bird set, and something else. But these are some of the colors. I already have them, so it helps that I can resist while doing the no buy. And they also released the neon colors, which, to be honest, the only color that I was really tempted by in that was like an opera pink, but I feel like I have quite enough opera pinks, and they're actually on the pricey sides considering that they're all completely and utterly fugitive, so I managed to resist as well. And then, yeah, I know they are really pretty. They're the Holbein granulating watercolors. And then with the Roman Schmall colors, what I felt is that the sets were a good price. The individual pans, I feel like some places do better offers on them. So again, I wasn't too tempted by the individuals, but I was tempted by the sets, which I know kind of don't make sense, but you know, I like what I like. So get your sketchbooks out and get your sketchbooks ready. I'm going to be using the Etcher B5 Everyday Sketchbook. Having finished my other one, I'm going to put my Caddy Fat book to the side, just in case, as if this isn't enough pages. I'm like, oh, but do I want to do a warm-up in this sketchbook, or should I do a warm-up in my everyday rougher sketchbook? But no, if I start doing warm-ups and everything in a different sketchbook, then who knows when I'll finish this challenge. It has 100% cotton watercolor paper, and how many pages are we doing? 230 GSM, 52 pages, 26 sheets. I still feel like it's doable, but I always have like unrealistic expectations of how long challenges will actually take me. Now, what I want to do is a game of art bingo. Let me see. I wish there was a way for me to share the comments, but I think that now that I'm not using, like, you know, the other programs that I was using before, I don't think I can share the comments on the screen. But Phil, I can see that you're saying that they're still, yeah, that's what I was saying. The pans are still expensive even when they are on sale, but the sets are a better price. But I don't know about sales tax. Oh, thank you so much, Linda. That is so sweet. I'm so glad that that my art's inspiring you to create more. Are you going to be painting along as well? I feel like putting this up to a vote, but I'm going to start off with a landscape, and then we'll take it from there. And I'm starting on the first page, which usually I don't. It almost always stays empty as I complete the whole sketchbook, and then trying to get this straight, and then I normally, sometimes actually, not normally, I sometimes then come back at the end once I'm finished the sketchbook and then do the first page. But not this time, guys. We are conquering all our sketchbook fears and just jumping in there. One of the things about challenges like this, I feel, is like, if I'm focused on actually I have a limited amount of time to create, and that's the aim of this sketchbook, to actually finish it, I hope it detracts from, you know, I hope it stops that kind of feeling too precious sentiment that I sometimes have, because if I'm overly precious with every page, I will not finish this challenge. And although, like, okay, fine, if I don't finish the challenge because I missed one page, that's one thing. But if I don't finish the challenge because I've only done 2 pages, that's a little bit embarrassing, isn't it? Especially if I'm doing it as a live stream. Oh, Sonia, you've started going on lunchtime walks instead of browsing art supplies. You know what's crazy? You, I actually can't believe how much time I was spending, because you are completely right. Like, we actually do get a lot of our time back um by not browsing. Like, I was spending a lot of time, and I would just do it casually. Like, it was another pastime to just look and see what deals and what offers there were. And that's why I almost always knew when there was an offer coming, even before like Jackson's would announce it, just because I was so used to looking on the site and seeing the prices. Oh, I'm so sorry, Linda. My condolences to you and your family. Yeah, by all means, just watch whatever can help. I'm really sorry. I am. Let me show you guys. We did this reference before, like I did it with my members a few days ago, and I really liked it, but we did it in a quite a quick way, so I wasn't able to like dedicate that much time to it. So I want to try and dedicate more time to it, because I just think it's an absolutely stunning reference. Now, for anyone who's also creating, this is what I mean by art bingo. Let me see if I can get it up. Oh, it's probably too small. You can't see it, right? I'll just put this up here so that hopefully you can see it. So the way that we're going to do this, or that I'm going to do this to keep it nice and fresh, is that yes, I have the reference up, but I'm going to pick like a random prompt for each one, and then I've created a bingo sheet. So if you're joining in, basically for each reference, I want to pick a new prompt to just keep it fun and keep it going. And then at the end, I will share the actual bingo thing that I've created. And if you hit bingo, you let me know. You can share it on Instagram, tag me, let me know that you got bingo with your paintings, and there may or may not be a prize. Wink, wink. Did I even wink the right eye? Wink, wink. So yeah, I hope that you can read it. I hope that you can see it, but let me know if you cannot. I think this is like as big as I can make it. So if I make it this big, and then I'll scroll. So basically for each reference, I just want you to pick one prompt to do and dedicate to that reference. So for this reference, I am thinking I am going to do which one do I want to do? Add something. Textured background, then do details. I think I'll do that one. Textured background, then do details. Just make a note of it, because I'm sure that as I start painting, I will forget what I'm actually supposed to be focused on. Textured background. Then details. And yeah, I'll make this out of the way. So we have, I don't think you can see if I can't see the small one, I don't know if you can. I guess if you're on the TV and you're not watching this on the phone, then you can see the tiny one, but if not, you probably can't. And I recommend that maybe you take a screenshot of the prompts, and I will be sharing them like with my members as well. And I've got a similar one. Oh, what am I doing? I was literally about to, like, you see, without thinking, I was immediately going to start how I always do, which is not what we're doing. We're doing textured background first. So the way that I'm interpreting that is just like a big washes in the background, and then I can go in and add details after that, which in a way is kind of what I did last time, but super rushed by time. This time I'm not putting on the timer. I think I've got some of the prompts that do have time. And obviously I'm kind of like aware of the fact that I'm trying to finish this sketchbook in a day. So I can't take forever on every prompt, but I can certainly take my time in this first one. And if at any point, say you're watching and you want to see the prompts again, you can always rewind, even if it's a live stream, and then you can refresh to catch up and come back to real time, if that makes sense. And as I say, I'll be making it bigger and smaller and bigger and smaller through time. And I guess basically the more paintings you do, the higher the likelihood of you getting bingo. And then I'll do a little giveaway for whoever wins first. What is this yellow? So the main yellow that I put down was a nickel as a yellow. So yeah, with this no bite is going to be interesting, because say like now, for example, I'm like, oh, I'm kind of thinking like, oh, it would be interesting to almost like make videos like back in the day, you know how they couldn't do any infomercials or whatever, so even the cereal and everything was unbranded. Am I supposed to do something like that? Yeah, Lana, you were right. It's nickel as a yellow on its own, PY150. I think it's the Rosa Gallery version. Although I just love all of them. I love the way that they are so bright and just adding these big details. But yeah, I love the way that nickel as a yellow is so bright. And I do love Queen Gold as well, to be honest. And then I am also adding, like, for the like slightly more lemon yellow bits, I'm adding Sophie's Yellow by Senelia, which is also quite nice. I can't remember the pigment number for it, unfortunately. I agree. It's Nikaza yellow is my favorite yellow. That's if we're not counting Queen Gold. If we're counting Queen Gold, then it's a little bit harder. Thank you, Lana. Are you painting as well? And if not, and is anyone joining us on our no buy mission? I don't know if it's because it's been on my mind, or because we've been talking about it, or because it's trending like as a whole, but I just keep seeing no buy videos, low buy videos, minimalism videos. And to be fair, I've been seeing them for a while, like in terms of like the minimalism videos and things. You know, it's probably got me to bite the bullet. That and Sonia, because I think I'd suggested it as a joke, and then Sonia was like, yeah, okay, cool, let's do it on in February. And I kind of thought we were joking, but we weren't. And now here we are, getting ready to start it. And I think that doing things like this, where I am focusing on different challenges rather than I can't buy X, Y, and Z, is going to be massively helpful. This is ultramarine blue. It's curious that I started with watercolor. I'm not actually... Usually I start with gouache when I'm doing landscapes, but I've been using watercolor more, so it's interesting that it's what came naturally. Sonia, exactly. We were literally joking until we weren't. when I was like, wait, are you serious? And you were like, of course. I was like, oh, okay. But it's good though. I think it will be fun. I think it will be nice to do together anyway. And it's, you know, whether some will do a low buy, some will do a no buy, some will do a go buy. But either way, at least we'll all be focusing on using our supplies, which I think we can all agree we want to do more of. Arctic journals, I completely understand. And my thing was like, Etcha, for example, today have released a new like field case. And I was like, of course. The moment that we're about to start, all these supplies just start releasing, and then like Roma Schmill went on sale, and then Holbein with their granulating, and then Holbein again with their neon colours, and Rosa's due to release, and Daniel Smith's released new colours. I was like, this is a joke. That being said, it would be good to... Last time I did it, I actually, like, it was really challenging, but it was good. It was actually good, and I actually enjoyed it. I made a video, like, sharing some of the tips that got me through it, and in fact, I've been watching that video quite a lot just to be mindful of the things that worked for me then, and some of the pitfalls and the things that I enjoyed doing, just so that I can do it again, basically. If it worked before, it will work again. Because yeah, I feel like one of the key things that I didn't realize I was doing at the time was like I guess emotional spending. If I had a hard day at work and like I couldn't buy it, it was basically that. Like I'd have a hard day at work and then want to buy art supplies and be like, oh, I can't, I'm doing that. That was the hardest time. I was like, wait, what's going on? But it's, you know, but I'm gonna have to seek seek dopamine and joy in healthier ways, at the very least for February. And then come March, it's my birthday, so I can maybe treat myself. Yeah, that was a very good point. You're like, oh, it's the shortest month, February, so we should be able to persevere. 4 weeks. I really like these details. Like, I know that I'm doing just the background and I'm gonna do the details, but I actually quite like the background as is. Hey, No Name Painter, welcome. It's so nice to See all the familiar faces. Feels like it's been a while. Been a hot minute. Linda, you're already waiting for your Jackson's order with the new Romish colours. Yeah, I can't blame you at all. I did get a few Romish today as well. Initially I was like, oh no, let me just hold out, and then I don't know, one thing led to another. And before I knew it, I'd got it. I also got a couple of the, like literally just 2 of the new Schminke colours. Primarily because I want to send it to the in the Happy Mail. I want to include some of them. So I thought it might be nice to get. And we've got the sky. I feel like we've got the background. Wouldn't you agree? Why do I sound like a chain smoker? I'm gonna cough. Okay. Oh, thank you. Becky, no. Persevere, keep going. Honestly, the first time that I did this, I have it here. Because we did it timed. It was a humbling experience. But it was fun. That's all I ask for, that I have fun. So this was the first time. But before you, now I like it, right? But the first time, I don't know how to explain it. Like, we did it timed, and then at the end of the session, we added extra time to go and, fix it up. So this was after I had fixed it up within reason. I think we had an extra 5 minutes. But yeah, I find watercolor landscapes, I still find them quite challenging. Now, I have some gouache. Question is, which gouache should I use? I've let most of it dry out because I've just not had much time to paint at all. I think this is my Winsor & Newton. I should really start labeling them because it's getting ridiculous. Like, I have 4 of the Stay Wet palettes. So this is my Winsor & Newton one. This one is the Shinhan one. And then I have another Winsor & Newton, and I have a Daniel Smith. Ooh. This one is Daniel Smith. That I'm getting all over myself. It's still relatively moist, some of them. Like, this is stuck down. So do I need to use all of them? Absolutely not. I think because I am prioritizing speed and, not going to use my most expensive gouache. And this one is this is my main Winsor & Newton with my beloved, look at this. Can you see? My beloved Prussian blue. Always crushed. Now, it's going to take a lot of water to reactivate this, so I'm not going to reactivate it fully. But I'll have it to the side so that I can use it. And then I'll put this one to the reason I keep bringing this one out is because of this opera pinkish colour that I have in it. I quite like it. But I have a similar one in Shinhan, so I'll use that one instead. Sometimes having too much choice actually hinders the process as opposed to helps it. So, can you tell me, can you read the Art Bingo prompt, or should I just get rid of it? If you could read it, let me know and I can bring it back from time to time. I'm going to start adding some extra details. This is that super bright pink. And I'm mixing it with, I think this is like a carmine color. This is all Shinhan on here. I always keep my palettes with even when they're dirty, I keep them like this because you can reactivate it, and this tiny bit of gouache will go such a long way. So I keep the papers and the palettes and everything until they're completely clear. I'm just adding like some dry brush marks as well. I quite like, in honesty, I quite like how it was, but the whole point of the challenge is to not just stick to my comfort zone. So I don't want to just stop because it's nice. I want to try different things, and if it doesn't work out, then at least I'll always have the video and know where I should have stopped. I love the palettes for gouache as well. Oh, Sonia. But Sonia, it's funny you say that because I love the gentle nature of your landscapes and your paintings. I feel like as soon as I see them, I know it's you because it's just got such a serene quality to them. So I actually think it works, you know? I have got some bird references that I want to do later as well. Oh, this is nice. It's a bright yellow. Yeah, I have got some bird references that I want to do later as well. And that's inspired by you, by Laura, by Messy Desk, by everyone who's been doing the Burb Fest and sharing the the pictures in the Discord chat. Oh, I should say also, I've linked the Discord chat, a free one for my free community, in the description. So if you want to join, you can. If you want to share your art on there as well, you can. And it's not open indefinitely. It's open for the next few days, and then it will lock. Just because, you know, the internet. You need to finish your birds. How many do you have left? Now you feel like you need to set yourself a new challenge to, in addition to the 2 ongoing ones. Which ones do you have ongoing, Arctic Journals? I had so many, like literally, I was like, oh, I want to do the 50 landscapes. Then I was like, but I also want to do my fruit series again. Like, I really enjoy it. I don't know how or why. And then I was like, oh, but I really want to try birds. And I was going back and forth as to, like, I can't even tell you sometimes the amount of time and energy that I waste trying to figure out what to do is probably more than if I had just done all the things that I was thinking about. So in the end, I was like, okay, I'm just going to do all of them. Like, I'll start with the landscapes, and then maybe do birds, and then last, if I have time, energy, and still sketchbook left, I'll do the fruit series. Oh, you're almost there. You're very nearly there, Sonia. Hey, Michelle. You're not buying... Oh. I was putting it together. Yeah, it's going to... But then... I'm confused. Would the tariffs apply to Core and Daniel Smith? Because they're in the US. I thought the tariffs would be for things that are from outside. Or is it everything? I'm sorry, I haven't really kept a price. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't even listen to or watch the news anymore. It's like, until they start just randomly reporting happy news, like good news, like, you know, it should be balanced. It's not every day like turn on the news and it's something, you know, this is happening. Like, I don't know, it's never like positive or joyous. Like, so not only do I not listen, like sometimes, you know, I caught an Uber a few days ago and he had the news on, and again it was just like depressing stuff. Just put on my headphones I listen to happy music instead, which I don't normally do. Ah, I understand. Mm, so I'm just reading. So Arctic Journals, the first challenge that you're doing is using colors that you don't normally use, like bright ones. I know the feeling. I should try and do the opposite, like muted colors. I actually have muted colors. I like muted colors, like dark, moody, muted colors. You just never guess it from my art. And the second one is 100 tiny paintings. That's nice. Is it with specific references or just open? Mm. If you were just getting started with gouache, what brand would you recommend? That's a really good question, Susie. Do you mind telling me whereabouts you are in the world? Because I think that's pretty much what would determine would what would determine it. If you're in the UK, I'd say like Winsor and Newton. They're great quality, great price, really easily accessible. And by great price, I mean okay price. It used to be a lot better, but everything's gone up. Look at how this has just crumbled. I don't even know. I should just give up and use. I think I'm just going to have to always be using Prussian blue fresh, because it just doesn't hold up in the Stay Wet palette. As in, it doesn't hold up when I let it dry. So if you're in the UK, I'd say Winsor and Newton. I think outside the UK, sometimes Winsor and Newton is crazy prices. Like here, for example, it used to the set of 10 used to be £25. Now it's £32. But then someone said, like in Australia, said it was like almost 90 Australian dollars at the time that it was like 25 here, so it was like triple the price. And I don't think it was worth that. So if you were in the US, so I haven't tried these ones per se. Well, I guess which ones would be affordable? I know there's M. Graham, but I think that's runny. Again, I haven't used it. I've just seen videos of it. There's Da Vinci, but I don't think it's as, from what I've seen or heard, it's not quite as like it hasn't got the same that consistency or opacity as some of the others, is my impression. Shinhan might be a good one, although it's not light fast. So which one would I actually say? Daniel Smith, but I don't think it's cheap, even in the US. You're in the US. The only one that I've used that's from the US or more easily accessible in the US is Daniel Smith, but I don't know how much it costs. I don't know if anyone else in the US has any insights that they want to share on like affordable gouache that's more easily accessible in the US. And honestly, as I think about it, I'm like, oh, we're quite lucky in Europe, because Schminke, although it's expensive, it's a lot more expensive in the US. Holbein is not that easy to get in the US, is my understanding. Low pressure paintings, whatever comes to mind. Yeah, that sounds fun. Arctic Journal, just doing 100, 100 paintings, and like telling yourself, making a promise to yourself and a challenge to yourself that you have to create. You have to set aside time to relax and create. Is nice, because otherwise sometimes we inadvertently don't actually make out any time. Or at least I don't. Oh, the 10 set of Winsor and Newton. If the 10 set of Winsor and Newton is affordable, then I think that's a really good one. They have it on Amazon and Jackson's as well. It's cheaper on Amazon. So how? Oh, I thought Holbein had some sort of like trade agreement things, which was making it hard to get it in the US. So I guess what we're saying, or what I'd say, Susie, is that I would pick between Winsor and Newton, Holbein, Daniel Smith, Schminke, and I would pick whichever one is most affordable for you out of those. Um, the only thing that I would say is that Shinhan, so Holbein, as nice as it feels, a lot of the colors are not light fast, so a lot of them will fade. So I think if it was the same price as another brand that actually had colors that won't fade, I would go with the other brand. If it was cheaper than the other brand, um, then I would go with the Holbein, but knowing that some of the colors may fade with time, just because it feels so nice. I do really like their gouache, but I was quite surprised by the fact that not only are a lot of the colors not light fast, a lot of them like just have a lot of pigments for no reason. They still mix nicely. They still feel really nice. Great consistency, nice and vibrant. But like the magenta, for example, I think is the magenta has like four pigments inside it. When there's literally quin magenta, which is one pigment, PR122. Oh, Miss Ebony, welcome. I assume and I hope that you're not working. Mm. Oh, it's the Holbein pencils that are hard to get a hold of. Should you buy the primaries in tubes? Yeah, I wouldn't get the Caran d'Ache wash. I know that is like mixed opinions. If you were to ask me my opinion, from what I have seen, because I don't have them, I'm not that impressed. Like they don't look as, yeah. I would say if you want to give gouache a fair shot, I'd recommend the other brands rather than the Caran d'Ache one. So getting a few tubes. And if you're going to get the primaries, which by all means you can, then maybe consider doing a split primary, so getting 6 colors and a white. And the 6 colors would be like a lemon yellow and maybe like an Indian. So the lemon yellow would be your cool yellow, then like a lemon yellow or an orangey color. Or to be honest, I don't always feel like a warm yellow is necessary, because I feel like if you mix it with the reds, you automatically start getting your orangey color. I feel like the reds and the blues are more important than the yellows. I don't know why. I don't know why, but I feel like if you have like an orangey tomato red, it doesn't matter how nice your blue is, you still won't get a really nice purple. Whereas I feel like an orange is an orange. But again, that's just me. So in terms of cool red, so I'd get like a primary red, which would be your warm orangey tomato red. And then if there's a permanent alizarin crimson or a magenta, that would be your purple leaning red. And then for blues, ultramarine blue, and it'd be nice if there was like a bright turquoise is nice because it's also hard to mix and you can get some nice mixes, but sometimes the turquoises are quite expensive because they tend to be cobalt. So if not a turquoise, then you could probably get away with a phthalo blue, although who has a phthalo blue? Yeah, like a phthalo blue, or I think Winsor and Newton call it like primary blue, something like that. Oh, you are working, Miss Ebony. Oh, you have it, Michelle. Yeah, I don't know. Like I haven't used it, haven't got it, haven't used it in terms of the Caran d'Ache. But when I've seen it used, it just doesn't look the same as gouache. It doesn't look quite as opaque. It doesn't look as pigmented, and it almost looks like a kiddie supply. Again, I haven't used it. It's just based on what I've seen, which hasn't tempted me to get it, and it's not cheap. So it's not even like I can say, oh, okay, well, it's really quite affordable, so it's fine. It's a similar price to other gouache. And I think for that you might as well just get the nicer gouache, the normal, more standard gouache, and then you'll be better informed as to whether you really like gouache rather than trying something that's perhaps not that standard. And if you don't like it, you don't know if it's just because of that or gouache as a whole. Just trying to add extra details. It's tricky, like adding details onto this open space. For one, I haven't waited for it to dry, so it's taking off quite a lot of the paint. But let's see, I'm gonna add a few more details and then I will move on, because we have what, 54 pages to go. It's hard because, you know, there's actually, oh wait, are there tiny houses? There are tiny houses. I was like, oh, you know, there's no detail to actually add, but there is. It was just so small that I could barely see it. Hey Laura, welcome. Don't worry at all, you're in good time. We started a little while ago, and I am trying to do as much of this sketchbook as possible, which in a day we shall see. And then we're also playing art bingo, so if you wanted to join in, if you wanted to go back a little bit, you'll see the prompts that I've put up. And the way that I've done it is basically one prompt per reference. If you want, you can try, or one prompt per artwork. So if you, for example, if you're a lot quicker than me and you wanted to do this reference again with another prompt, you could. And then at the end, I will share the bingo card, and then depending on which prompts you used, hopefully someone wins. Bingo. Okay, so I'm going to dry this and then I'm going to do the tiny houses. This is the reference that we did before. Laura was trying it again because I quite liked, I know, like, you know, when you know you're about to make a mistake but you roll with it anyway. It's literally what I'm doing, because why would it be so prominent? Let me water it down. So yeah, if you were to scroll back a little bit, you'll be able to see the references, and that goes for anyone. See the prompt, sorry. That goes for anyone who wants to join. Yeah, Miss Ebony's gaming. Still, it's nice to have you around. We were talking about how we are, I guess, naturally multi-passionate people anyway, so it's normal to go through phases where sometimes you are all about art and other times you are into other hobbies. Such is life. Oh, hold on. Let me, I hope this is working then, this stream. OBS for the third time, just adding. It's so useful actually having the camera, because you get that nice top-down view that you would have to get by stepping back and looking at your painting. So I could see that everything was kind of falling into that gutter, which wasn't my intention. Okay, so I'm going to mute and dry this and read your comments at the same time, okay? Okay. It's dry now. Well, dryish. I'm not too super patient. I'm glad that that was helpful, Susie. And if anyone else has questions, feel free to ask. I just remember being so, and I think it's now fresh in my mind because I was trying to figure out how to set up this, um, like live streaming thing, and it just reminded me that sometimes I just felt frustrated as I was trying to as I was trying to learn it, and just wish that I knew it and that it was simpler. And it just reminded me that sometimes when you start new things, although it is good and there's a lot of pros and whatnot, there's also like a lot of unknowns. And I remember when I started with watercolors, I just had so many questions and I didn't know where to find the answers, and as a result I made quite a lot of mistakes. And I wasn't that, like I didn't have a YouTube channel or anything. Well, to be honest, I did at some point. Like even when I had a YouTube channel, I was still very much a beginner. But even before then, I was just very confused, making a lot of mistakes, and I didn't really have that much of a community to ask, for help or ask what I should do. Which is why I make an effort to answer any and all questions, because now that I know, I don't feel like anyone should go through the confusion that I went through. Like, obviously there's going to be a learning curve to everything, but there are just some things that, like the absolute nonsense paints that I bought initially, if I'd known better, I wouldn't have. I would have saved money and time. So I've done those tiny houses. I kind of want to do the tiny sheep that I've been doing in the paintings. You can barely see my houses, but I guess you can barely see them in the reference as well, so it's fitting. I'll just add some detail. Yeah, so that's why I like to answer questions, and that's why I think if you have any questions, because even if I don't have the answers, the beauty of us having a community is that someone will have the supply or the answers or an idea, or an idea of how to find out. That's invaluable. Doing it on your own, it's a lot harder. Going to add a few flowers here. I think I have a similar painting to this. As I'm adding these flowers, is bringing back memories. Similar painting, similar color scheme. Different reference. Just adding a few flowers and details right at the front. You can barely see the tiny sheep, but it puts everything to scale because the houses are so tiny. And then we can move on to the next one. You love to see it. Thank you, Lana. You're thinking to get pencil to use on its own. That's good. I think pencil leans itself well to, if you want to use it for mixed media, you can, but also obviously a lot of the time primarily it's used for like more realistic work or hyper realistic work. I use them to complement mixed media, as you can probably tell. This fountain pen is the Sailor food pen, food nib pen. I don't know is it in focus? Can you see? I like it because it's got a bent nib, so you can get a range of it's like I can't help myself talking about art supplies. So you can get a range of like line widths depending on how you put the pen. So if you put it Can you see it like this? If you put it completely flat like that, or if you can angle it so it's just that bit, and that will determine whether it's a thick or a thin line. Yeah, it's really nice. I like it, and it's not pull, it's twist. And I bought a converter for it so that I can put my own ink, and I've put the carbon black ink inside just so that it is, got wash all over my pencils, so that it is waterproof and I can paint over it if I want. Making such a mess. Adding the stems for the flowers. I kind of want to keep adding detail, and equally I don't want to. I'm even scared to see how long we've been doing this for, because it feels like a few minutes to me, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's actually been like an hour. Because doesn't time fly when you're having fun? I'm also kind of tempted to like put a fence, but I'm gonna leave it. I like putting fences apparently. I use the carbon black ink inside so that it doesn't bleed. I'll show you what it looks like. What's this? I've had this one bottle for like 3 years and it's still going strong, and I use it on my food. Well, actually, I guess one would have to question how much I'm painting, but it's still so much. Like, can you hear that? There's still lots of ink. So it's the carbon black ink, and it is waterproof once dry. That's the key thing. You have to wait for it to dry, and it doesn't take too long to dry, but just have to be, mindful. And it's worked in my fountain pens. I understand that some inks can block fountain pens, but luckily that hasn't been my experience with this. Okay, let's do a tape peel. Oh, my head is in the way. Remove this clip and go again. I'm going to save this so that we can use it again. And hold on, last but not least, just in the corner. And there we go. And this is number 1. I'm just gonna like make a note of it. And this was texture and then details. So, well, I'll take it as background first and then details. So, just because otherwise I'll forget. And who knows, I may win bingo. Background, then details. And this is number 1. Let's keep going. Hopefully it's all dry. Oh yeah, this is the page that I don't like in the sketchbooks. Like, because this is the same paper, like the bookends are the same watercolor paper, it means that this page, the second one, isn't proper, and then that means that this has an extra fold in it. Cool. I'll go to the second reference and also pick a second prompt. And you can pick any prompt you like. You don't have to do my prompt, because I kind of like the idea of us all having different, different approaches to the same reference. And if everyone were to follow me, then I guess it'd be like a all or nothing, right? We'd all win or we'd all lose. Oops, let me I hope you can't hear the music outside. I don't know why they're playing it so loud. I don't want to get a strike for it. It's funny, it started more organized and we're only one painting in, and my desk is a hot mess. I'm gonna divide this because I don't like the way it has a gutter in the middle, so hopefully the reference leans itself well to being this way. I'm still really optimistic that we will meet this goal. Let me see. Okay, so let's go on landscapes and go on to the next reference, which is this one. Okay, perfect. It leans well to what we're doing. And this is the art bingo again. Actually, let me show the bigger one. And we just need to pick another prompt that's suitable for this reference. You can pick any that you like. Kind of tempted. Random, but I'm kind of tempted to do cubism. Would that make sense? I'm kind of, yeah, I think I'm gonna do that one. I was like, yeah, we'll see. Cubist / straight lines only. But you can pick any, so I'm just moving it down so that you can see the full list. And if you need a screenshot, you can take a screenshot. And then I'm going to move it so you can take a screenshot of the bottom as well. And there is one that's also like free choice. So like a up to you kind of thing. Did we conclude that you can't see this when it's small? So I should just get rid of it. Oh, thank you, Lana. I'm glad that you think so. I'm glad that it is motivating you all to create as well. I thought it was really fun. I was like, oh. Hence putting it in the original challenge. So this is going to be interesting, trying to do this in a cubist way. I'm going to try and make this a little bit bigger so that you can see it. Everybody's feeling warm, and it's what they're playing outside. I actually quite like the song. Going to make a note. I'm writing it down so that like I can see it, I can remember it, I can refer back to it, because otherwise I feel like I will revert to what I do normally, which is fine. Like, it's not the end of the world, but you know, it'd be fun to actually try and stick to it. So cubist, how are we doing this? Straight lines only. I wonder if I should draw it, or if I should just go straight in with paint. But I feel like if I go straight in with paint, I may not get it super straight. So I kind of want to do it in pen first, but that might make it a little bit oh, you're gonna do the non-dominant one. Let me know how it goes. Honestly, I struggle so much with my, I don't know, like, it's weird. I guess it feels like using your non-dominant hand. I think I will do an outline in just a light color so that I have a rough idea of what I'm doing. So it's going to be super light initially. I don't think you'll see anything. And my key thing will be to almost have it almost like patchwork. I know that's technically not like cubist, but basically the way that I'm interpreting this, having been the one who created the challenge, is like focusing on having straight lines, not curved lines, you know, which should be fun. It's gonna be, yeah, I don't know if it's the best reference for it, but I think it will be nice or cool, or at the very least very different, and then, you know, we'll move on to the next one. It's okay, even if the art isn't 100% amazing. That's not what this is about, you know. So yeah, I'm just outlining everything. Initially I was thinking, oh, maybe I should outline it in black pen, but now I'm kind of thinking I like the idea of maybe having white outlines. So we'll see. I'll see where this takes me. And it looks like almost like there's a path there. So I'm just putting in some details because naturally, I don't know if you can tell, like I don't like, although I feel like I really love using the flat brush because I feel like it gives like an angular thing to my art, I tend to blend, I think, quite a lot. Like I tend to like having nice blends and transitions, so it's going to be interesting being quite intentional about having everything separate and like block color ish. Gonna go in with gouache because I want it to dry quicker. That's a lot lighter, a lot darker than I wanted. I'm gonna add some white. Already stepping away from cubist. It'd be nice to see, maybe I should have looked up what a cubist landscape looks like, as in like, is there, because it's not necessarily all block color, right? It's more that it's separated. Or maybe we'll see. Because it's like, oh, it's having a gradient, not cubist. You'd never guess I'm the one who made this. Thank you, Lana. I'm glad that you can see it. I'm just having a read. Maybe one reference but painted with non-dominant hand and one painted with dominant hand. I think that would be a great challenge, which you can do and it will count towards bingo. Let me add these bits here. Basically want I will probably go over it with, like, you know, go over some of the edges with the white Posca to define the individual areas, but it would be nice, if possible, to also work on leaving that white space in between. So that's what I am trying to do. And I'm also using gouache because it should dry a bit quicker. Let's make some nice greens. I want like different shades of green so that you can kind of clearly see that each bit is divided. And then I think if I wanted to, I could also go over some of them because obviously you can layer with gouache, but once they're dry. And see, so I'm going to make this yellow and try, to keep it straight, which is easier said than done. Uh-oh, touch that. And let me get, instinctively I'm like, oh, Prussian blue, that would make some nice greens, and it would, wouldn't it? But alas, I can't be bothered to be fighting with it right now, so going to use ultramarine blue instead and just add this detail here. And we'll see. Yeah, I wanted to try this art bingo on a Zoom for us in February, so we'll see how that goes. Thought it might be nice to do it together, and then, well, I guess similar to this, just different references. This is slower than I thought it would be. Maybe I'm being too careful. Also, I don't know if there's no rhyme or reason to where I'm putting colors down. So it'll be interesting to see what it's like at the end. I'm just putting them in random places. Oh, thank you. You guys are so sweet. I'm seeing all the hearts coming through. Whoopsie, touched that as well. Thank God for white Posca at the end. I'm gonna I'm gonna make bluer greens towards the back, you know, all in the spirit of atmospheric perspective. And I'm gonna add some white to it as well, so it's less saturated. Although it is abstract, so it's fine if it's not. I feel like I'm concentrating so hard to stay within my imaginary lines. How's it looking? Is it looking cubist yet? Feel free to lie to me. At the very least, as long as it has straight lines, I'll take that as a win. Hence putting the caveat in the bingo card. Okay. I want darker blue still. Whoops. Just doing some more mixing and being super careful. Okay. Thank you, Wildflower. That's exactly what I was going for. Yeah, the feedback is appreciated. More cubist than Picasso himself. It's let me do some of the foreground. It's interesting because as I'm doing this, I'm like, okay, I'm doing some of the big shapes, but I could spend forever. I could make tinier shapes within the big shapes, and like I'm gonna make a tiny pink slither here, just so that we have, you know, some pops of color. Otherwise it's very it's too calm, you know. Putting a random blob here, that's fine, and then keeping it balanced and having a random patch of pink field here as a standard in farming. Oh, hi Miranda, I didn't see it, sorry. Welcome. How are you? It's always so nice having friendly faces. I think that's why I love doing live streams, you know? It's the perfect excuse to relax with like-minded people who love art as much as I do. Fine, okay. It's funny, I didn't think this would take me long. I was like, oh yeah, nice quick one. Who was I kidding? It's interesting though, because I'm so focused on the shapes that I don't feel like I am... how do I explain it? Like, I'm so focused on on getting the right shapes that I don't feel like my colors are making sense or anything else. I'm not thinking about anything else other than like make the line straight, make the line straight, make the line straight. So so don't judge me too harshly. Oh, that's weird. Is it like so is it disappearing from the live streaming or in general? Or all. There was one time I did this. I changed the setting on my YouTube channel and it deleted every single comment I'd left on my channel. It was actually heartbreaking. And you know what? It happened the week that I, like, for the first time in a long time, I had caught up on all my messages. Like, I spent days just going like through maybe 1,000 comments. And I finished it and I posted something to say like, wow, I finally like finished, you know, and I'm so glad, and now I'm gonna stay on top of it. And at the end of that week, all my comments got deleted. That's weird. I don't know why. I don't have a bot moderating, but maybe YouTube is glitching because I'm trying to use a new software. And from that point, having lost like 2 years worth, or maybe 3 years worth of comments, I realized it would never be possible for me to catch up again. Although the good thing is, I think when I reply to a comment, you guys get an email to say like, this is the reply. So at least the people will know that I didn't just like ignore their messages. They would have got an email with the reply. But everybody else was like, oh, if anyone comes on my channel, they must think, what the hell she's doing? She's not replying to anyone. um, is this cubist? Oh, the lines are straight. We're almost done though, so that's good. I'm going to add a few brighter colours and see how that goes. And where I add a little colour somewhere, I like to add it somewhere else as well. I think it would have been easier if I just painted it as normal and then went over it with a white line to make it seem like blocks. But hey ho, we live and we learn. Uh-oh. You can't tell it's trees yet, but just, you know, bear with me. Soon you'll see that these here are trees. I'm gonna add some pink. And okay. And it's funny that like I'm looking up at the reference as if it has anything to do with what I have been painting. Like, oh yeah, let me just for reference look back. But I guess it's inspired by the painting. Sometimes it's good this way to actually use the reference at the beginning and then stop looking at the reference if you're trying to get looser. I guess if you're trying to create something that's hyper realistic, then keep looking at the reference. But if you're not and you're trying to be inspired by but not necessarily completely replicate, then just remind yourself to stop looking at the reference. Because it happens to me sometimes that I just focus too much on the reference. And I think that's why I like painting loose florals, because there is no reference. I can just do what I want. Oh, you're using the dry gouache palette. Let me know. I'm using, this is the Shin Hand gouache that I have here, but I didn't let it dry out fully. So it still works. But I like it. I mean, I love gouache. I do really love gouache. I think sometimes I forget how much because I don't, I go through phases where all of a sudden all I'm using is watercolor and then all I'm using is gouache. So back and forth, back and forth. But I do love both. And this is the perfect excuse that I needed to actually to paint. I feel like I have so much green down here. Let me add, I'm gonna add green here as well. And start adding some more yellow to the rest of the reference. Yeah, but it was okay. Like, yeah, I was a bit like, oh my gosh. It was just the irony of the fact that I'd literally spent so long getting to a point where I've replied to everyone, and then I was finally like, yes, I've done it, I've replied to everyone. And someone had said something like, it's not possible and it's not realistic, and I get that, and like, if I keep trying I will eventually get burnt out. And I was like, yeah, but I did it. And that same week every comment got deleted. So I was like, oh, okay, fine, I accept defeat, I accept it. It's fine. I still try to reply as much as I can, but I can't, sometimes I can't keep up. And I conclude that people would rather have a video than a reply. As in, like, if I just replied to absolutely every comment, then I wouldn't be able to make any videos. I can't see. We're almost there. We're very nearly there. It's funny, I thought this would be easier. Don't know what I was thinking. But I like it. I think sometimes it does take a lot for me to not like something, to be fair. Because at the end of the day, it's not that deep. Oopsie. And just adding, which side would it be on? I just almost want to add more details to all of them. Sorry, I'm quiet. Do you guys want music? I feel like sometimes, I don't know, I feel like I asked when I first started doing live streams if people wanted music or not, and the answer was no, and then I just never did. But I guess attendees change, and if I'm chatting, it's one thing, but if I'm quiet, what blue did I use for the sky? Oh, thank you, it's beautiful. I used a Shinhan, I think it's called Cobalt Turquoise. Turquoise green. Let me see. Yeah, Shinhan Turquoise green, which is PG7 and PW6. So phthalo green and a dash of white, which is interesting because it looks blue to me, not green. And they called it. Did they? Yeah. Hey Celia. And K Art, thank you. You don't need music. Okay, cool. I did sign up to Palm Street so that I could do live streams there. I haven't done any yet. And the main appeal for me is that I could have music and not get, banned or have my channel taken from me. Although I don't know if anyone would enjoy the music apart from me. Music is so subjective, and I feel like, okay, I like Afrobeats, I like 90s R&B, 90s to noughties R&B, I like gospel. That's pretty much it. As in, like, other songs here and there, but the songs that I tend to listen to, and they also tend to be like upbeat. Oh, I also like reggaeton. I basically like happy, get up and dance kind of music. So I may try and do it at some point this month and see how it goes. Okay, we're almost there. I know I said that before. But we are making progress. 53 to go. Uh-oh. I'm cold. I'm gonna have to turn on my heater. Okay. Whoops. Okay. I actually quite like it. I wasn't sure where it was going. Can anyone watch, or do you have to be on Palm Street to join? I think you have to be on Palm Street to join. As in, like, you can watch it for free, but I think you'd have to have a Palm Street account. Like, it's not open. That being said, I don't even know if people can see like my profile. Like, it's all very weird because I'm not in the US, so the app keeps glitching for me. So I don't even know if anyone would be able to see that I've gone live, or if it would just be me there by myself painting. And I don't think it doesn't have replays either, which is, you know, pros and cons. Okay, almost done. I'm just gonna add like a yellow patch, and then the trunks. What do we think? Straight lines? I feel like there's straight lines. I want to add the trunks, but I want them to be purple. So I'm taking some ultramarine. What is going on? Okay, here we go. Purple trunks. For my pink trees. This was better than I thought it was going to be, so that's always a good thing. Let me just do... No, I don't want it to be green. I want it to be yellow, just so that I can... have some contrast here. Okay, now I feel like that's pretty cubist. Like, this is exactly what, you know, what they had in mind when they created it. I'm obviously joking, but that being said, I do like it. I'm just adding a few extra blocks within the shapes so that there are slightly more details. I like the kind of art where, like, the more you look, the more you see. So just a few details. I'm kind of tempted to like get pencil, but maybe this is a if we have time at the end of the challenge job. Let me see. Yeah, you've looked into it, but it didn't look as if you were going to be able to use it. Yeah, so the Palm Street, Michelle, that's the same one. It initially started off with like being for about plants, hence palm, and then sorry, I'm just getting the heater. I'm cold. It's so cold. So it initially started off with, like about plants, and then it turned into like handmade things, and now it's like any and all artists. Mm. But yeah, that's the one thing. Like, I'm gonna get my blanket as well. Okay. Genuinely, this like thermal blanket was one of the best things I ever bought in 2024. In fact, the first time I used it, I almost had tears of joy in my eyes because I was finally warm. Like I was so happy. Like honestly, I was so happy. I'm just changing my water. I mean, my second love is my tiny heater, but the the heater I think takes more. No, I know it takes more electricity, and then it's also different, right? Because like if my whole place is cold, it takes a lot to warm. You have to warm it up. It takes a lot to warm up the room before I actually get warm. But with the blanket, it's on me and it's warm, and I was just genuinely the amount of gratitude I felt. I was just so grateful to God. I was like, I just can't. My life was changed. And the morning that I woke up, I immediately called my mum and I was like, I got this heater and it's so nice, so necessary. And she was like, okay, cool. Like, as in, like, I was calling to ask her if she wanted me to get her one because I was like, I don't think you understand. There are levels to this. And yeah, and I got it for her, and she also really enjoyed it. Sorry for the side tangent. I was just all I could think about was being cold. Um. Oh yeah, no, Etsy. Etsy has changed, hasn't it? Unfortunately. Thank you so much, Wildflower. I am glad. Let's do the next one then. I kind of feel like, oh, I could stay and I could add like tiny details and whatnot, but then I also feel like I like it as is, so I'll leave it as is, and we can move on to the next reference, which is if it's portrait, then I'll go to another one. Sorry, if it's landscape, I'll go to another one. Whoopsie. What have I done? Landscapes. Okay. Let's see. The next reference is this one, but we're gonna go. I want one that's portrait. Okay, so we'll do this one first, just so that it makes sense. And prompt wise, which prompt should we have for this reference? Okay. I feel like a better one will come up. I love continuous line, but I feel like a better one will come up for that. The non-dominant hand one I want to do where I have two spaces, so I can do what Lana suggested and do non-dominant and dominant. Use pen. I always could use pen. Okay, I'll use pen. I'll keep moving so that you can see. Oh, 20 brush strokes. You think I should do that, Miranda? Cool, why not? 20 brush strokes. Okay. Let me move this. We could do this. Can I use a big brush? Where's the biggest brush I have? Is that cheating? um, are you saying yes to it is cheating? Like, because if I'm using like a small one, it took you forever to find the email emoji. I still want to. Not cheating, reasonable. Okay, cool. I will take this shape. Because that's well, actually, you know what would have been what I would have wanted? A flat brush that's bigger, but I don't actually think I have. Oh, this is nice. I don't think I have a flat brush that's bigger because this doesn't come to a fine point, so I don't really know how I'm supposed to do the tiny. No caveats, just 20 brush strokes. So I'm going to change. So I'm not going to do it with the same brush then, so that I can get different details. We got this. We could do this. Ooh, taking lots of paint. I think that's going to be the challenge. And if I lose count, let me know. Okay. No pressure. Here goes nothing. Oh, also, if, say, for example, I start here and I don't take it off and I go 1, 2, 3, 4, is that one brush stroke if I don't lift it up? How committed are we to this 20? Or do you know what I mean? If I don't raise it up, if I'm doing it like a continuous line, is that one brush stroke or not? Let me know before I use up 5 brush strokes during the sky. Okay, yes, it's one. Cool. So let me get plenty of. Okay, here goes nothing. 1. Can't go. Oh, it's too dry. No. 2. No, it's still 1. Yeah, I haven't raised it up, but I have nowhere else to go. So that's 1. Then I wish I had more. Just trying to get enough paint on my brush. Every time I lift, it's a new stroke. Got it. I also kind of want like. Do I have like a really staining color? I want a dirty brush, if that makes sense. Okay, ready for stroke number 2. Like I put loads of paint to try to desperate times. I think I'll have to go over that again. Not now, but at some point. So I'll take that as 2. I think maybe I'll go over it now. I think it'll be worth it to have some variation, you know? So taking lots of paint and picking up some yellow. 3. And I'm gonna let the paint do its own thing. I guess because I'm using a gigantic brush, it's a bit easier. Let's pick. I want to add another hill here. Can't lie to you. I think I'm on 4. Do I 100% remember? No, I do not. Maybe I should type it so I don't forget. I'll take it as 4. If it's not, let me know. Then I need a nice light color for uh, 5, although I don't actually like the color. I want some yellow. 5. Ooh, too much paint. 6. Seven. 8. That's from the tape. What can you do? 8. I think I need it to dry so that I can put I want it darker still. It's not dark enough. Is this 9 or 10? I'm gonna dry it. Either way, halfway. Not bad though for halfway. Oh. Nine. Sorry, I just realised, can you hear all that noise that I'm making? My bad. Hold on. Okay. It's dry. Let us press on. Thanks, Miranda. 9. So I need 10. I want to try making the background darker again. I feel like because it was so wet on wet, it didn't actually get darker. So 10. And then I'll have to somehow fix. I'm going to take some gouache because I want to fix this line in the middle. $11. Is that a priority? Probably not. Any regrets? None whatsoever. Okay, so I have 9 strokes left. I'm just drawing this again. That's the way up. Hey, no worries, Wildflower. I created like a list of prompts for Art Bingo. And that's what we're doing now. So if you scroll back a few minutes, you may be able to see it. But essentially, like, I made a list of all the prompts and I've got them in a bingo, you know, grid. And I'll show them at the end, and then we'll see who's won or if I've won. And they're just like random prompts that we've made up. So you can, when I show the list, you can pick any prompt that you like. And Miranda picked 20 brushstrokes for me from that list. So I think I have 9 prompts left. Just taking some, just a way to, you know, have some fun. You know, doing the rocks feels like it's going to be a bit challenging, but I'm going to, like, how do I depict the, you know, the rocks? I'm still, where's my blue? Still going to try and do like dirty brush just so that there's some variation. Okay, that'll do. I was going to put it down again without thinking. Oh, thank you, Wildflower. Yeah, it's you know, I feel like sometimes I feel like I have 1,000,001 ideas. It's just the question of the time to actually execute and do it. That's the limiting factor. But I'm glad that we're getting to do this. Okay. It's all blending together. Okay. If I tell you, I remember what brushstroke I'm on. I'm lying. I feel like I have 7 left. I'm going to, so I think I'm the fence. I think I'm gonna have to do is like continuous line. I see. Although if I have 7 brush strokes, I could, but it feels like a waste, and it feels like I could add more detail. Hey, oh, thank you, Lana. The current prompt is 20 brush strokes, and I think I'm on 13. Yeah, me too. I think I'm on, like, the next brush stroke is 13. So I used a big brush to really try and get as much mileage as I could from that brush, and then I also mixed in like lots of different colors into my brush to try and get some variation. It didn't come across massively well, but some places you can see like mixing and granulation and things, which makes it fun. So This is brushstroke 13, and I'm gonna do it as continuous line. So start up here, 1, because to be fair, I quite like continuous line. Key thing is not to lift my brush by accident without thinking, which I feel like I was kind of tempted to do before. And this is like the world's this is why I keep losing track. I'm doing like the world's longest brush strokes. It just might as well. Oh, I thought this would be dark enough to do some shadows, but it is not. But that's okay. We've got our fence in. Like proper minimalism. Yeah, I agree. Because if anything, it's interesting because it's like I can't keep it in my head. Like I'll be like, okay, this is brushstroke 13, and as I'm painting, I'm just so focused. I like don't raise the brush. It is quite mindful. As was the cubism one actually, because I was so focused on like leaving white spaces between. They've all been quite mindful exercises, which is nice. I mean, I almost kind of feel like I don't know how much I'm gonna add. So this is brushstroke 14, and I'm just thinking like, okay, well, what detail, if anything, do I really need? I'm gonna add some of the. Oh, I'm not sure I like this color, but I'm committed to it now. So that was 14, and I feel like I need to use. I feel like I need to use 1 to fix this 15. So I don't like it. $15, and then that's 16. That wasn't opaque enough, but it's okay. You live and you learn. And then I'm gonna dry. But before I do, why not? Might as well. 17, I think. Yay! I'm glad that I'm like tempting you guys to like create. That was my aim. I don't know if this will be a mistake, but again, why not? 18. Just so that there's. And I will dry this and then see. But I feel like it's pretty much done. Like Okay, and now we have 2 more brush strokes. To be fair, I kind of feel like it is done. Like I'm not going to do anything groundbreaking with 2 more brush strokes. But one thing that I would like to fix is this over here. I feel like it's too high. But the blue is so bright that I'm going to have to add a few more details and just act as if it is a shadow. And it's really making me think, like, how much can I make, like how can I make the most of each brush stroke, twisting the brush into different shapes, wet on wet, loading the brush. It's been really interesting. And then 1 more brush stroke. Which I'll make it like bluey again, and I just want to do something in the foreground here too, so that we have background and foreground, although it's quite tricky. But there we go. 20. The list is not no, I haven't shared it anywhere yet, but I can share it. I shared it well, I have a version of it in the no buy art guide that I made for my members, but I can share another one and put it on Ko-fi. But that's it. That's 20 brush strokes. Although to be fair, there was a lot of like dragging and wet on wet and whatnot, but it worked. I feel like if it could only be directional, if I had a really big brush, what would that look like? I don't know. I feel like it's another one that I'd like to try again. Thank you so much for picking that, Miranda. It was a great idea. But yeah, I feel like I would like to try it again and not do the dragging, and then see, like, it would be very minimal, right? There'd be a lot of white space, but hopefully I'd still be able to, oops, let me take this off, communicate the main points. Take this off. Whoops. The number of times I've got my art supplies into my paint today. Ridiculous. Okay. So that's cubism, 20 brush strokes, and background then details. Do. Thank you. Thanks, Sonia. So cubism, straight lines only, and then this is 20 brush strokes. On to the next one. This looks, inadvertently, this small gap that I left looks like a sheep. I guess inadvertently using white space. Then next reference was this one. Looks so calm and peaceful. And the prompts. Always bring up the small one first. I need to remember. Why can't I see it? Oh, here it is. Okay, this is the next. So, next prompt for this reference. I'm open to suggestions. Create, and so we've done. Feel like impressionist might be a good one, or can't really draw from imagination because I can see it. 3 colors, or 3 colors and mixing, or you know what I ask you guys, because I feel like I naturally think of not cheats, but like, you know, cheats. So that's why I feel like I have to check, like, are they cheats? 3 colors as in I can mix, or 3 colors like that's it, 3 colors. Maybe we can mix. Three colors, and then the next one, non-dominant hand and dominant hand. Mixing allowed amongst the 3. Okay, I'm gonna dry these. Do you guys want to pick roughly which 3? If I had my say on the 3, it would end up being something like the primaries, but my red would be like the opera pink. My yellow would be my yellow would be Nicole as a yellow. My blue, turquoise. Wow, I feel like you guys are committing me to I was gonna say an ugly painting. Ben's orange. Do I have Ben's, like, I'll pick 8 orange. I don't even think I have. Okay, I have this orange here. I don't know what orange it is, but it's a Shinhan Gouache orange. Phthalo blue. I must have. And burnt umber. It's going to be an interesting one. I don't even know how all of you are on board with it be having no yellow. How am I painting this with no yellow? Let's do this. And white, because I'm using gouache. I think, trying to see if this is, yeah. I was just checking if this is phthalo blue. So they're all a dark phthalo blue, an orange, and a burnt umber. You're really looking forward to this one. gonna be interesting. I didn't even think I had orange in my palette. I was genuinely perplexed. I was like, do I? Is this long enough? Just about. Trying to use this as many times as possible. Although that's still got wet paint on it. I'll put this way. You have faith in me. Thank you. The vote of confidence is needed. It's going to be interesting. Okay. This bit of tape is on its last legs. Let me just clip it so it stays stuck down. Let's do this. So let me, for the banter, let me swatch out the colours that we are using. Maybe I swatched them out. Just thinking, okay. This is the blue. I hope you can see it. This is the blue. This is the burnt umber. Oh no, the tape isn't. Okay, next one's gonna have to be fresh tape. It's not sticking down because I've used it too many times. And this is the orange. And then if we mix these two together, and I'm gonna mix these two together. You guys realize there's no green is not a possibility, right? Let me try that again. Let me add the phthalo blue to the orange. We have no green. These are the colors. Oh my gosh. Okay. As long as we're all on the same page, don't judge me for what this is going to look like. I'm going to... I need a clean corner. Okay, let me start easy. Let me start with the sky. The one thing that I know I can at least represent in this painting. And for yeah, the orange makes like a the two mixed together. I have, well, we said no yellow. It's fine. I don't mind it looking like a, just adding white to make this less saturated. Okay, whoops. Sorry, dirty white. Oh my, really dirty white. You guys essentially want me to oh, all my tape is coming off. What's going on? I really did double dip quite a lot. Okay, so we have a sky. Success. And we have some beautiful atmospheric perspective in the reference, actually. So I can almost act like that up there is the sky and these are hills. And then I'm going to take a little bit more of that blue to make it a little bit more hill-like. Really heavy on the water though, which I don't necessarily recommend. But it does mean that we're getting like smooth transitions. Now, is this whole reference going to be sky? Maybe. I'm joking. I'm glad that you're enjoying it, Laura. No, I don't want to cheat. That's the thing. I feel like I never use oranges, so I should use it. And we'll just have to accept that there'll be no green. The grass won't be green. It will be orange. Let's get some of that burnt umber. Wildflower, you're doubling down. Like, yeah, no yellow. Forget that green. Well, this is... Yeah, it's not green. With the... I was like, oh, maybe this is a green-esque. You know, with the Eye of Faith, it's looking like a really darkish green. So I wonder if I take that and I add some white. No, okay, it's not. What do we have? Grey. You know what though? Yeah, exactly. Pretend it's autumn. Color is relative. If I can have opera pink in my landscapes, I can have... Let me actually use this orange that I'm just completely ignoring. I'm going to put it down a bit more later, I think, when this is dried. I feel like there are greenish elements to it. Let me... Oh, so I've got... I want to try and like add some white to see, you know, if there are certain different colors that perhaps we could get that don't instinctively initially quite obviously come to mind. That's nice, but not what we need. Let me add some blue. Really not what we need. The burnt umber again. Oops. I accidentally took the wrong blue. Burnt umber. Okay. Still not thingy. I'm just going to mix all of them together and we're going to have a greyish, wintry. I guess it could be like winter. The cross between winter and autumn. And take some white. Yeah, that's what it's gonna have to be. Because try as I might, I can't make green. I felt like it looks green-ish. But not fully green. Who am I missing? It's confused green. We are nope, that's too bright. Just take some more white and add that. And I want, I guess, all this, have that be white and blend into each other, and then I can do a few trunks. This is the best that I could get. This is the closest to green and yellow. Let me see the orange with just white. What's that looking like? Like peach. It's like a peachy color. Okay, well, we tried. Taking some, I feel like mixing the burnt umber with the phthalo is what gave us the closest thing to a green that we've had. Still not green, but it's green-esque. I'll put that in some of the bushes, maybe like here as well. I kind of like how all the, I mean, I'm painting with gouache as if it's watercolor. It's kind of nice how it's all blending into each other. And I'm gonna dry this, and then I'm gonna do a few tree trunks. And then I think I will call it done. But yeah, it's greenish, which is interesting because I was trying to use the orange to make my green, but actually the burnt umber was a much better bet. Like this. Okay, we see the landscape, right? We see what I wonder, should I, no. I was like, should I make the whole thing dark? But then there'll be like no true contrast, you know? And then I'm gonna dry it and then add a few details. Okay, I'm back. I raised it up and everything started running, so I got some interesting unintended effects. But yeah, I agree, Lana. The burnt umber and the phthalo blue actually worked really nicely. So that's what I've mixed. And I'm just going to add like a few, you know, trunks and details and things. I don't want this to be as watery. It's a shame. I like this brush. It's like, you know, the cheap brushes that you get with Himi, but it's cracked and it shakes now. But I still reach for it for gouache from time to time. Just want to do trunks so that we can clearly see that my abstract landscape is in fact a landscape. Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? You've been hit by you've been smacked by I wish it was smaller. I wish it was a little bit taller. I wish it was a baller. I wish I had a girl on the phone. I would call her. I'm not even sure those are the words, you know. Just out here making up random lyrics. I'm just trying to have like the lightest of pressure because it doesn't actually come to a fine tip. So if I'm too heavy-handed, then it's like a massively thick trunk, which is not what I want. And I want to just add some white, make it a little bit lighter for the trees in the middle so that it's not like a crazy stark contrast. This is not the colour I was going for, but it's nice. It's all very muted. Like dirty greenish. I wonder, can you tell it's me? Can you tell it's like my paintings even with the colours? I don't know. I really like the effects of the like gouache blending by itself. It's quite nice. I need some white. Fly me to the moon. Snowy landscape. Thank you, Lana and Sandra. Let me see. Okay. Some trunks and details. I don't know if you do this too, but sometimes, right? Say I see there's a part of the painting that I like. It's almost like it then draws my focus, and like I have to be mindful because it's almost as if the next time I want to put a brush stroke down, it's right over it. Do you do that too? Like I'll be like, oh yeah, that's really nice, and if I don't think about actively like, don't go over it, don't go over it, don't go over it, and I just put down a brush stroke, I can almost certainly guarantee that I just go over it. Hint of my style show, thank you. The top half, definitely mine. Bottom, not so much. I do like it though. And I like that it's it's mixes that I wouldn't have thought of doing. So thank you, Miranda. I can tell you in a million years, I would never have thought. Because I would, like, yeah, I would never have picked this, and it really made me work. But I like it. I'm looking up here just to see if there's something, I don't know, there's something about this middle bit that I feel like I need to fix. Maybe I'll just cover it. Like, I kind of like it, but there's something about it that also is just taking too much attention. So cover it. And maybe, I don't mind adding like a little bit of white as well. I don't know, it was just out of place. Out of reach, so far. Whoops. Straight into a color that we weren't using without thinking, just because it looks like the color that I've mixed. Out of reach. Oh, thank you. I'm glad. I am glad. I'm going to add, I want to, maybe I'll leave it. I'm tempted to like add details that aren't there and whatnot, but I feel like one of the good things about doing challenges like this, whoa, that's darker than I thought. One of the good things about doing challenges like this is, you know, at some point or another, you have to step away from just creating the same thing over and over, unless you want to do 50 of the same, which, you know, in itself is a challenge. So never say never. So I'll resist the urge to put in a cute little fence and put in some flowers in the, like, you know, grasses at the foreground. I will resist that urge. Just gonna water that down. Hey, this looks green. I don't know if it's my dirty brush though, so I won't I won't add more. Okay. Am I okay? Let me dry this bit that's massively wet. I don't know where I thought I was going. I can't resist it. I have to put something in the foreground. Yes, I can share it. You know what? I can share it now. I think it's on my computer. Okay. We did it. We did it. I can't believe it. The landscape. Tree-ish. Can you see? And the details at the bottom. Kind of curious to see, did it go underneath? It did. Not too bad though. Gonna have to throw these away. No, thank you. Thank you so much. Give me 2 minutes and I will share the prompt list. Art bingo. Art bingo, where are you? Here you are. I'll share it now so that you have access to it straight away. But is it easier on Discord? I think what I'll do is I'll put it on Ko-fi, but have it for free, so you can download it. I'm sorry, I can't see the chat. Yeah, I was just saving this. I'm trying to not also share the, the actual bingo thing and not look at the bingo thing so that I don't cheat and inadvertently win. Although I created it, but like, how am I gonna remember, Art bingo. And then need to stop it. Oops. Download. Done. Picture. Download. Oops. Bingo. And let me manage my shop and clone, yes. Art bingo. And lots. Whoops. Good luck. Upload file. Sorry about this. And then have it open for everybody. Copy link. And I've done it. Okay. Back. I can see the chat now. Oh, why can't I chat publicly? What's going on? Copy. That's interesting. Whoops. Paste. Okay. Okay. The reference is there. You can download it. Oh, thank you, Sonia. Yeah, it really works together. And like I said, if it wasn't for Miranda, I can promise you I would have never done this. Good. So now everyone, you can download the the promptless, and you can join in the bingo. And let's pick the next one. So I know I said I would do left-handed next one, but I want to do the left-handed one and the next time. Does that make sense? Like, I want to have the left side of the page and the right side of the page open so that I can do left and right-handed and kind of compare it. So I need another prompt for this one. And while you look at the prompt list, while you look at the prompt list, I'm going to change my water because I've been using gouache. It's got so dirty so quickly. There's also a your choice one. So if you've got like an idea of a prompt that I haven't included that you want to include, you can suggest it as well, and then we'll pick one. I'll be back in like 30 seconds. Back. The fast one. How fast is the fast one? How fast did I say? 1 minute, 2 minutes, 6 minutes. So either add something to the timed one or do the fast one. But the fast one, I intended the fast one to be done like, 3 times. As in like in 1 minute, in 2 minutes, and then in 6 minutes. Which I could do. I'll split the page in 3. Oh, sorry, I'm not even sleepy. I think I've just been tired from doing on calls. I was tired yesterday. I think overtired though, because like I woke up super early and I couldn't sleep, even though I was still tired. Okay, 1 minute. My attempt to step away from like, everything digital. So I don't have to like use my phone if I want to just do some timed painting studies or drawing studies or anything like that. Okay, let me have a rough idea of what color I'm actually going to use. Or maybe I'll do watercolor, I think. Okay. 1 minute, go. Going to spray it down, starting with the top one. Would be great if I knew where I put my brush. Going sky. 42 seconds. So sky is done. Then I'm going to do hills in the background here. And add a bit of, oh, that's a lot more potent than I intended. And that's way brighter than I intended. That's so, oh no, my wet on wet. What's it doing to me? I'm actually, oh, well, it's over. The time's up. Like, what's going on? Perhaps watercolor wasn't the best choice. I was like, yeah, I have so much time. I'm gonna go down. Can't go down. Oh, you couldn't see it. Whoops. Anyway, you didn't miss out on much, as you can see. It's all super wet. But then I'm like, if I don't use watercolor, what would I use, you know? Let's do it in 2 minutes. I almost want to like use a different supply and see if that's much better, any better. Maybe I'll stick with watercolor so that we can see what difference it makes. Hopefully this isn't as porous as the other one, as like waterlogged as the others. I've done this reference before, I think, as well. I don't know why the green was like the brightest I have ever seen it. I must have mixed something inside it by accident. More blue. More energy, more footwork, The way that I've cropped this as well doesn't really make sense. As in, like, it's not that it doesn't make sense, but you know, could have been better. No. Trying to use my finger to gain some level of control. 1 minute left. This feels a lot more comfortable than the 1 minute did. 1 minute, it felt like I blinked and it was done. But now the thing is that obviously everything is still too wet for me to do anything to actually fix this. You know, to put in the tree. I guess I could try and dry it quickly and put in the tree. That's 2 minutes. And now we have 6 minutes. You're thinking a clearing with the tree background, no sky, no mountains. You can see the landscape there. Yeah, I mean, this top one is literally just doing its own thing. Like, it's still wet. It's its own entirely different thing. I mean, I don't know, would I leave it like that, or would I'm tempted, I would be tempted to go back and like add detail, or maybe it's a reminder of what can't be done in 1 minute. And now we have 6 minutes. Don't know how to remove the, you know, the, how to remove the 40 seconds. No, I can't control it. How do I remove it? Okay. Really? You prefer the top one? Sorry. That's so interesting. 6 minutes. I'm still going to stick with the same composition just for the sake of comparison, so that we know that the key difference was time. But yeah, that's so interesting. That's a funny thing with art, I guess. It will speak to everyone differently. I guess I don't know. Calling one my favorite might be strong, you know? I guess they're acceptable. It's hard to do it timed. I think, I don't know if I'm gonna have to start playing music because my neighbour's music is getting louder and louder, and I don't want to get, you know, I don't want YouTube to pick it up and think it's me quietly, defiantly playing music I don't even listen to. More green. 4 minutes and a half. More detail. I want to get the grey. Should just mix it myself, but why mix it when, you know, I don't have to. I could just take this here. Oh. It's the, you know, the wetness, that's the enemy of time. I feel like thank you, Sonia. I'll keep an eye on it. I feel like I've never had paint do its own thing like I have during this challenge. Like, just completely, totally, and utterly unruly. Though I'd be lying if I said that wasn't some of the appeal of watercolor anyway. More detail. 2.5 minutes to go. And going to add the tree. I don't really like trees, you know, especially like winter trees. I don't like the way they look. So they don't feature in my art very much. I wonder if I have a small detail. It's unlike me, right? But I'm trying to actually use more like brushes and brush shapes that I have, you know. How many brushes have I used in this video? Loads. So 1.5 minutes, and to be honest, like, I feel like I've massively slowed down because I knew that I had time. Adding a fence on this side as well. That's darker than I intended. Let me take it off. Look at me. Creating problems right as the timer is starting to run down. Let me do the tree so that it's actually there, and then anything else that needs to be fixed is not as important as that, you know, the key feature. 30 seconds. Oh, you can't see it, it's here. There we go. I did a video with a time challenge once, and I was showing the time, you know, so that you could see it. But someone was like, oh, it was really stressing them out seeing the clock run out. I guess they were stressed on my behalf. And do this. Okay. There we go, 6 minutes. So 1 minute. All I can tell you is that I put it down and they were clearly defined, but there was just so much water that it all became this. Then 2 minutes, and then 6 minutes. And I really like the colors. To be honest, in all of them, I really like the colors. I feel like they work well. It almost feels like I did a step by step unintentionally. Like you do this and you this and this. But I do like them. And then the next one, we'll do left hand, right hand. I just need to dry it a little bit more before I take off the tape because these edges are still very much wet. Okay, let's do the tape peel. I don't think it's going to be as satisfying because it was lifting up in quite a few places, but still, this side should be fine. Beautiful. Okay, middle, this bit, because quite a lot of paint, so it's precarious. And middle, oops. I can paint everywhere. Whoops. Okay. There we go. That was spread. It's different. Where's my pen? Have I done enough to get bingo yet? No, I don't think so, because the bingo is 5. And we've done 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, we've done 5, so maybe I can check. I figured I would have to do more. So this was 3 colours. which was phthalo blue, burnt umber, and an orange. I have no clue what it is. And then this was 1 minute, 2 minutes, and 6 minutes. Okay, just wanted to check it was dry. Let me see. Yeah, it's the Etcher Everyday Sketchbook, the B5 one. So it's the big one. We still have a way to go. That's okay. At least, at the very, very least, I'm really happy that like I've broken into it. We're having fun. Did the first page straight away, trying out new things. So next, and let me know if you want to go on to. I did also have some bird references. Just because why not? As inspired by everyone doing bird references of late. So these are some of the. I like this one. Well, I mean, I like all of them, or I liked all of them at some point. I'm the one who picked them. Let's bring out the bingo. Oh, this one I said I was going to do left hand, right hand, didn't I? Catherine, I've sent out like Etcher postcards. Did you try the papers? That's the paper that's inside the sketchbooks. You know, the postcards that I sent with the Happy Mail. I can't remember which Happy Mail. I think it's been a few. But that's the same paper. So if you liked that paper, then yeah. If not, I can send you some paper in a few days. Oh, your phone is dying. Thank you so much, Miranda. Your suggestions were awesome. I hope that you have a lovely rest of the day. I was going to say evening, but it's probably afternoon, isn't it? Yeah, I've sent it quite a few times. It's been like it's the postcards. It says Etcher on it. And it's got printed like at the front and no, it's not. It's plain at the front and it's got lines printed at the back. I can't remember which Happy Mail it was now, but there was definitely, I think, yeah, no, I've definitely sent it. I think I sent like a few postcards to everyone just in case you wanted to try it. No, the heavy fibrous one, the heavy one was the indigo cotton rag paper. Don't worry, I can send more and then you can test it out and decide what you think. It's not that textured. Is the only thing that I would say in comparison to other cold press. To be honest, it feels like an in between cold pressed and hot pressed, but maybe even closer to hot pressed than cold pressed. It's very smooth. Yeah, it's smooth. But that I guess that means it's why it's good for like drawing on as well. Oh, you like the cotton rag one as well? Yeah, I was literally the same. I was like, what is like? Initially, I was like, oh, I like it. Then I was like, wait, why is this behaving in such a weird way? But there's something that I like about like the feel of it. It's indigo, so it's quite nice. Although I think I've run out of it now. I did quite a few paintings on it while trying to figure out if I liked it or not. Just trying to get this somewhat even. Doesn't have to be perfect, just has to be good-ish. Okay, good. Okay, for this one, I'm gonna do left-handed first, like Lana suggested, and then I'm gonna do it with my right hand, or maybe just left-handed. I don't know which one is better, left-handed and both. I've recently got one of their what do you call it, accordion sketchbooks. I thought it'd be fun to play with, just wiping off the paint I have. Nothing's going to waste. Okay, let's try with my left hand. It feels unnatural. I want some pink. We can might as well put some here as well, so it doesn't go to waste. Yeah, concertina, yeah. I haven't filled it up yet, but I thought I wanted to do like just loads of abstracts going across it. I guess natural for left-handed people, but for the rest of us, and by us I mean me, this feels so odd. Although, to be fair, not as bad as it could be. I don't know if the painting will represent that, but I thought it would be a little bit harder. It's weird because it's almost like I don't even know, like, am I even holding the brush right, you know? Things as simple as that become a question. But yeah, initially when I got it, I liked it, the indigo, and then I don't know, there was something about it that was, I don't know, there's something. It doesn't feel like caddy. It's not just that it's cotton rag, you know. It just had like a different feel to it. So then I didn't like it, and then I liked it again. I don't know how or why or what happened, but and I ended up buying some more. I should really just set myself a hard ban on any further sketchbooks though, until I finish. Although I do think that I have started going through, like, over the past 2 years, going through my sketchbooks a lot faster than I was before. I think before there was a lot of, you know, hesitation and like I don't want to waste it, and trying to preserve them for as long as possible, and certainly buying them much quicker than I could fill them up, but not realizing that, or not really taking that on board, still feeling like I couldn't use them and I'd waste them. Whereas now I feel freer using them. Like there's no way when I started off I would do such a challenge in my Etcher sketchbook. No way. I'd be like, what? Warm up? What? First page? Just start? What? Paint with my left hand? Never. It would only have been reserved for the, you know, the really nice things and whatnot. But I'm glad that I have progressed to the point that I can actually use the sketchbooks. Finally. Only took me like, what, 4 years to get more comfortable with actually using them. Is anyone else painting along as well? I ask both for you who are here live, and also I guess if anyone's watching on the replay, they can let me know as well. I'm kind of curious. I don't, you know, I was quite against left hand initially, and it's certainly not the same as right hand, but it is actually enjoyable. I feel like the first time that I tried this, I didn't enjoy it at all. And this is maybe like the third time I've ever tried it, and I think the other times it was like quick timed ones and I didn't enjoy it. I didn't want to do it, and I really did feel like I was wasting my supplies. But I am enjoying it. It's not the same as actually, it's not as free as actually using my dominant hand, but it is actually quite nice. So maybe I should try it again another time, or more often. I'd really just avoided it because I was like, ugh, why paint with my left hand when I could paint with my right? was my genuine attitude. Oh, thank you, Lana. We'll see how it compares to my other. I think. Hey. Okay, just checking, making sure it's not picking up. I guess it is Friday. Ooh. Is my placement making any sense? No. Okay, that's oddly enough, being like gentle is the hard thing. Like I feel so heavy-handed, even like when collecting the paint, you know. Way. Sonia, you'll have to let us know how you're doing with the birds. Oh, thank you so much, Lana and Laura. You guys are really kind. Yeah, I think when left to my own devices, my I don't know if how much sense my colors make, but I do also like earthy landscapes. I guess it depends. I feel like my watercolors tend to be a lot earthier. Well, I know this is watercolor. No, this is gouache. That's why. But yeah, I feel like my watercolors tend to be a lot earthier. But still bright. Although it took me, I didn't realize that my colors were particularly bright until I was told. I guess one of the perks of having a YouTube channel or sharing your art is that, you know, people get to share their insights on your work. I want a stream. How do I communicate that? I'm taking some pink, some blue, and maybe doing like, I don't want to outline it completely because that almost like defeats the point. And I'm gonna add some white, I think. Add some white back. Yeah, but the white ones look happy. Yeah, I like both, to be honest. There's something like, you know, the for the paintings that I did in autumn, a lot of them are quite, I feel, earthy. I really like blues and like burnt siennas together. I just think they look so good. Speaking of blue, extra tricky. I'm trying to be like gentle. This doesn't. It's so helpful to look up, or if you are not live streaming, to step away and look back at your painting. You can, I don't know, you can see it clearer, I feel. Another way is like sometimes to check for, not mistakes, but to check if like it's balanced or it makes sense. Even like taking a picture is helpful. I don't know why. Like I feel like the mistakes seem a bit more glaring when I take a picture. Or sometimes I'll take a picture and like flip it to try and figure out what I need to fix or change. But more times than not, taking the picture is enough. Or stepping back, like I said. I mean, I guess I don't expect this to be a masterpiece, so it's almost done. Yeah, last time, honestly, I couldn't have finished quick enough. I was so done with, yeah, I was surprised. I wonder what's changed. I was so like, ugh. My heart would sink, be like, oh, non-dominant hand. So it's not that like I wouldn't mind doing them, but I would do it, you know, timed so I can get it over and done with quickly. Oh, I didn't ask, but if you are enjoying the live stream, if you don't mind hitting the like button, pretty please. It helps the channel, it helps me, and it helps the video get picked up and recommended to the right people. Thank you, Lana, you're so sweet. It's funny, it took me ages to even say like, oh, an artist, and sometimes, to be honest, rather than saying that, I'll just say I do art. And I remember, like, oh my gosh, once when I was in Nice, doing my art retreat with my sister, um, we saw an artist, and I was so excited, so I like went to speak to him, and he'd oddly enough seen, I guess we stand out, so he'd seen us, I don't know where, I don't know when, but he was like, oh yeah, I saw you guys before. So we like got chatting, and he was doing a self-guided solo art retreat through Europe. I think I shared his details in the video, I think, so if anyone's curious. He was really good. He was doing like oil paintings, and they're absolutely stunning, in plein air. And he was like, oh, what did he ask me? Like, oh, are you an artist too? And I was like, no, no, I paint, sometimes very, very small, like, like I was so embarrassed and so shy. It's so weird. It's never, I don't know why. I've never like experienced it like that. And my sister was looking at me like, what is going on? I was just so grateful that she wasn't like, what are you talking about? You do art all the time, or like you're an artist, or like show him your sketchbook. But yeah, like all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I got really shy. And I was like, no, I I've painted with watercolor a few times, and no, nothing like your level. It's funny that. Okay, I think I am almost done. I want to say done, and yet I want to continue. I'm so shocked that I'm enjoying it with my left hand. Very shocked. Okay, I'm gonna leave. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it. Maybe tiny sheep. One tiny sheep here. Probably disappear anyway, because this is not the most opaque of whites. Another tiny sheep here. And here, I like them for scale. And do I want it on the other side? Maybe I'll make tiny ones on the other side. Whoops. So much for tiny. As the heavy-handedness that I was discussing. Let me put that white back. Every little helps, and then I'll try and add some tiny legs. Oh my, this is harder. Fine detail, fine. Oh. This color is too light. I'll just put it in my water. But it's too light for the sheep. I know, Lana. I felt like Peter. I was like, no, what? No, maybe, I didn't even say I'm a painter. I said, oh, sometimes I paint. I was very, very shy. And don't get me wrong, I don't even think that you need to have studied art to be an artist, far from it. But I don't know, I think when I first started painting, it kind of felt, and I'm not saying this is the case for other people, I kind of felt like maybe I was being, like it would be undermining quote unquote true artists if I said that I was an artist when I hadn't gone to school for it, and I hadn't, I hadn't done X, Y, and Z, I hadn't been painted for years, or I hadn't done this, or I hadn't done that. And by saying artist, people would assume that I had. So I kind of felt like I was being not dishonest, but yeah, it didn't feel like, I could say it, but I wouldn't think that of other people saying they were artists. So again, it didn't really make sense. It was just, I guess it's, it's imposter syndrome, isn't it? And I guess coming from like a medical background, there's a clear pathway to say when you can call yourself a doctor or when you can call yourself a nurse or whatever. And I kind of felt like, oh, what is that with art? Like, where is it? Mm. Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think most have. Okay, that's with my left hand. I forgot the sky, but other than that, I am pleasantly, like, surprised. Not surprised. Yeah, I guess surprised is the word. Like, I didn't think it would go like that. Watch it be better than my right-handed one. Wouldn't that be a joke? Oops, what is that? Just move this and move this so that we can actually see. Thanks, Sonia. Yeah, it's so weird. Must be having a fluke. No, like, yeah, the last times I did this, I remember thoroughly not enjoying it. And it wasn't even like as big as a landscape or something like, sketch a flower with your left hand, and I couldn't wait for the sketch to end. And now here I am painting a whole landscape, and I'm trying to not look at my painting and to instead look at the reference and recreate it. Tricky that though. Yeah, I think so too, Lana, because it's literally like, oh, I couldn't wake up one day and call myself like a doctor if I hadn't gone to med school, if I hadn't done X, Y, and Z, or done a PhD or whatever. And I was like, so how at what point can I call myself an artist? I think that's what I was struggling with. Is it when I've done X number of paintings? Is it when I enjoy painting? Is it when what is the exact definition? But there isn't one, I don't think. If there is, feel free to let me know. Because I think you can not paint for years and you're still an artist. Trying not to look. Would be great if this yellow could reactivate more. Imagine I became a left-handed artist now. Wouldn't that be hilarious? Just like, oh, I've decided that actually I like my art better with my left hand. I guess would I do it? I think to be fair, I tend to, and let me know, I feel like I tend to be led by the art I enjoy creating more than the art I think I'm going to be good at. So like so say for example, I think my drawings are better than my paintings, but I paint nonetheless because I enjoy painting, and I'm like, well, I enjoy drawing too, but I enjoy painting more, so it takes precedence. um, oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, no, that's fair enough. I have sold a few paintings. So, yeah. Yeah, so even though I like my drawings more the way they look, because I enjoy painting more, I paint. It's funny because I think, without while trying to avoid looking at my previous, that it was actually, I don't know, we'll see. My initial instinct is, was it actually better with my left hand? Like, was it smoother and quicker? And don't know. Guess I'll know when I watch the replay. um, Green. Where are the greens? Let's get some here. Just a few dashes of green here, there, and everywhere. And I kind of feel like maybe I'll take this. I feel like this is less saturated than I've actually made it. Add a little bit of white, a little bit of white. Gosh, maybe I'm more heavy-handed with my right hand. I thought it was a left-handed thing, but I think it's a me thing. I think it's the pub. I thought it was my neighbours, but now I'm wondering. There's a pub across the street. Because it now sounds like karaoke. Can't believe it's almost February already. Wild. That felt both quick and long at the same time. Like, I can't believe it's 2025 and it's almost February, and also like January was so long. Let's define that river. And I'm so glad that this is working. The last time I tried to do a live stream using this, both times didn't last past a minute, but this is actually like going, and I'm hoping that the quality of the video is good. It's felt like a steep learning curve, but hopefully it's worth it. And it's free. unlike the fortune I was paying before. River. I'm gonna have it going. So in theory, all of this shit doesn't actually need to be white. Just take a mixture of pinks and add that. And let me see. Hold on. I don't actually think there's a quick and easy way for me to add music. But that's okay. Going to add more like grass and textures and detail, and then I'm gonna add white across here. And then I think that, well, white and then the sheep, and then I think it's done. I'm just wondering if the purple is placed in places that make sense. Like, I kind of feel like I could lead the eye up the painting instead of just stopping in the middle. I also feel like this is going to turn to mud, so let me dry this. back. Is my voice getting softer? Maybe. I am tired, but I'm tired but not sleepy. Like, I know I'm not gonna go to sleep even if I were to finish this live stream right now. So I'll carry on for a little bit longer. Oh, do I want to put that there? Just a little bit of variation. Wildflower, you prefer the left one? I'm surprised how similar they are. I guess maybe, well, obviously I'd done it just then. I thought there would be. But I was trying not to look at it, and I didn't really look at it, but they are very similar. I'm surprised that this is with my left hand. I'm surprised by the whole, by the experiment. Thank you, Lana, for suggesting it. Because I was going to just do it with the left hand, but to do it with the left and the right and see them side by side is quite nice. I'll do a poll. I'll ask you which one you like more, left or right. Whoops, can I do polls? I think I can. Do a poll. Which do you like most? Say left, right. Start poll. It's anonymous, so you can speak freely. It's like playing spot the difference. Oops. You're gonna try. I think it will be a fun challenge to try, Sonia. I don't know if I can. Maybe it's a question of subject matter, and because I was painting drawing flowers and whatnot with my left hand, which had more details, maybe that's why I didn't enjoy it as much. Forgot the sky in both of them. At least that's clearly not a left hand thing. That's a me thing. Left hand. Right hand. I'm feeling less optimistic about being able to finish the sketchbook, you know. We've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in it. 8, 9. 9 paintings. I'm gonna dry this, so I'm gonna mute again so that I can turn the page. That is super interesting. So my plan was to finish it in 24 hours, but including sleep. Oh, hold on. Oh, okay, trying to get comfy. Yeah, so my plan was to finish it in 24 hours. So I have like all of tomorrow because I started it this evening. But I thought I'd be super quick. I'd be like, yeah. Arctic channels needed a option both. And I'm surprised. I like both. Let me show you some close-ups. So this one is the left one that we looked at. And this is the right. And this is them side by side. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I like them. Oh, and then, hold on, because I didn't show you the rest like this, with nothing else in the way. Art challenge galore. We continue. Let me bring myself back, and where's our reference? Bring that back, and I know it's such a weird. It feels like such a weird collection for me as well because it's like fun prompts, isn't it? We did this before. We did this already. This was a cubism one. Oh, this is nice. This is really nice. Let's see what prompt. I always pick the wrong one. So these are the prompts. We've done non-dominant hand. We've done 3 colours. I feel like one colour wouldn't really do it much justice. Complementary colours. Use pen. Use one of your newer art supplies. One artwork, 4 distinct styles. I mean, that would look wild. But why not? What do you guys think? I can do 1 4 distinct styles, and I will include one that's monochromatic as per Wildflower. So I'm going to do it across here. So we'll do both. Has anyone got the communities, seen the communities feature on YouTube that's coming up now? I haven't activated it on mine as of yet, but apparently with the new feature on YouTube, you'd be able to like post. Like you'd be able to post on the YouTube channel. So like if and when I activate it, for example, you'd be able to come and share your artwork on my YouTube community tab, and I would be able to see it. That's too short. No, not yet. Yeah, I've got like a notification to say like the beta version is coming. I mean, I think there's parts of it that I like the idea of, and parts of it that I'm a bit confused as to how it's going to work. Primarily, my concern is like mods, like because it's open to everyone, to the whole internet, and I can't watch my channel 24/7 like that. It's kind of why, you know, I don't leave the Discord open to join all the time. Like, I open it when I know that I'm going to have enough time to really be around, so that I can make sure it's the kind of environment that I want, basically. But how could I possibly do that if it's open on YouTube forever, for all the time? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Because I like, you know, at least Discord is a little bit more closed. And like I said, like now, for example, I've opened it for a few days. I'm around. Tomorrow I'll be able to keep an eye. Like, I always pop in from day to day, but you know, it's good to do it when it's active. But if it's on YouTube all the time, I don't really know what they have in mind for moderating and making sure that people don't just get spammed. So we're doing 4 different styles. I don't want to divide it right. Okay, I'll divide it lower. It's like I don't want to do it right in the middle. So this is the very wonky horizon line that I'm doing. Okay, so one style is gonna be, I think I'm gonna do like style slash, well, when I said styles, in honesty, what I had in mind was like actual styles, like, you know, one in black and white, one in pop color, one in etc, etc. So I'm gonna do one that's gonna be monochromatic. Just need to know I'm dividing the line here, but my horizon is actually, my mountains are coming down. I'm just making very, very, very rough sketches so that I know roughly where things are going to go. More so like where I'm dividing the 4 styles. Because I think there's another prompt that's different mediums. This one it could take so many. It could take the monochromatic, 4 different styles, 4 different mediums. Oh, you love the reference. Thank you. I thought it was stunning too. It's like where I want to be right now. I check Skyscanner so much, doesn't even make sense. Still here. I wonder where it is. In my head, it's like, don't laugh at me, yeah? In my head, it's either like Ireland or New Zealand. And I know it could literally be neither of those places, but in my head, initially, I was like, oh yeah, this is surely what Ireland looks like. Beautiful, gigantic lakes. Okay, and I mean, the line in the middle is going to divide it quite nicely. So, monochromatic. What color did you have in mind, Wildflower? I feel like blue comes naturally. That being said, I don't want to assume that that's what you had in mind. And I am open to... Sorry, I'm having a drink. I'm open to trying what you would like. Purples. I'm glad I asked. Any color except yellow. Understood. I can do purple, like you said, and yeah, Sonia, I feel the same. I'm like, oh, and to be honest, I yeah, when I saw it, my initial thought wasn't even like, oh yeah, that's great. It was, how am I gonna mod this? How's this gonna work? How do I prevent spam? What are they thinking? It was thoughts like that. Um, but hey ho, I guess they must know what they are doing. It is in their best interest to not have a whole bunch of spam on YouTube. But sometimes they're like it happens. I was moderating for a friend and there was just all these random, I don't know if they were bots or just losers. I just don't know what was going on. It's like, this is ridiculous. And you know me, the more I've stayed on YouTube, the more liberal I've got with the block button. So I was blocking left, right, and center. I actually quite enjoy moderating, I think. Well, I think I just enjoy live streams. Live streams, Zooms. I just enjoy. Am I an extrovert? Is that what's happening? No, I don't think I'm an extrovert, but I seem to be in a enjoying to be around people phase. It's all dark. It's I guess it's almost like backlit, so it all seems kind of dark. Um, but I will make up some contrast myself. Wildflower. That was literally the way that would be like, And then I wondered, like, oh, am I taking it too far? But I think even like if I'm, it's sometimes it feels tricky if I'm modding for someone else, right? Because I don't know how liberal they want me to be. But when I was modding for my friend, yeah, I was like, yeah, any comment that was sideways, block. And the thing is that if you block someone during a live stream, it announces it. It's like this person has been removed from like, so, so everybody knows. It's like, oh, in this life you have to guard your peace. Don't know if I should make that darker, maybe darker still. I wonder. It's gonna be interesting. Me using up so much of one color as we head into February and I can't buy anymore. I just want this to be darker. Kind of wonder if I add wild, but if I add any, no, okay. I added some burnt umber because I was kind of curious if it would make it nice and dark, but it's not doing what I want it to do. I mean, it made it dark. It's just not quite what I had in mind. It's more chocolate. Sonia. Yeah, I think maybe it's the same. Like, I enjoy talking art supplies, being around people who enjoy it, and yeah, I enjoy that social interaction. But I do recover on my own. But that, yeah, I think, not even I think, I know the community aspect in terms of like having a community and having you here and getting to talk to you and know you and paint together and hang out and, you know, all of that is the highlight for me. I couldn't do YouTube without it. I know that. I know that for a fact. I think that's how, you know, MVP started to begin with, um because you would talk to me and then I'd be like, okay, I'm not alone. I'm not just talking to myself. There's people here and they're watching me, and yeah, it's the highlight. You are the highlight. I'm looking at the. It's hard because I seem to have just completely made up this mountain just here. Just made it up, not in the reference. But in for a penny, in for a pound. I've put down too much paint to go back now. And we're still. And actually, this goes. Yeah, this goes further down, doesn't it? It's just that it's the purples. Let's do the sky. Putting down some white. What do you mean wildflower? Do you mean to this one? As well as the add something prompt. In honesty, I don't even know what I was thinking when I made that one. When I made a lot of the prompts, actually. I wanted them to be obviously fun and whatnot, but I also wanted them to be anyone can do it. Do you know what I mean? I didn't want it to be specific for watercolor or specific for this or specific for gouache or specific for, you know. I wanted it to be for everyone. Hence, I think there's very few that I specify the materials, and that's like pen, which I assume we all have somewhere. Not a fancy pen, just a pen. Yeah, well, this is heading to, I don't know how many prompts. I don't know if it counts though, because initially I was like, oh, I want to do one painting per prompt. Because this in theory could be four materials, four styles, one color, and then add something. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Because out of nowhere, I added a gigantic mountain. I wasn't even fully aware of it until I had completely blocked it in and was looking at my reference to be like, okay, so let me get the tonal value right. It's like tonal value of what? It wasn't there. I see what you're saying. Oh, almost run out of white. And is this making sense? This is like at half. I'm looking at the reference from the top, you know? to see if it's making sense. I don't know. I kind of almost feel like it needs less colors. I'm just blending some of them so that there's less colors. But other than that, that's a pretty prominent shadow on my cloud. There we go. I really like the clouds. I feel like I need to make some of it semi up. I semi need to make it up and add and just make this bit darker. As block and make it clear that they are separate, and this is at the front and the other one's at the back. I guess just using slightly different shades. Whoops. May help. I'm getting rid of this as well. Just simplifying it. I like some of the details, but I just feel like too much is distracting. I say as I add more. But like, you know, if it's a block of color, I think it's fine. It's just when there's lots of different blocks of color, then it's, at least for me, hard to interpret what is what. But I think that's pretty. I almost wonder, you know, they tell you to squint and look at it. When I squint and look at it, it's one block. Okay. Now we have a clear line, clear separation. There we go. For the next one, underneath, I can use watercolor. Although, wait, where's my middle line? Am I in the middle of the page? Maybe I should go a bit lower. I'll go a bit lower. Just to here, so that it is more even. Whoopsie. Yeah, that makes more sense. And then that rock is a lot darker than everything else. So let me take some of this up and then put the rock down. I feel like I almost created Imperial Purple, you know, because I used the pink and the ultramarine blue. I can see the separation even though it's gouache. Have I scheduled myself breaks and meals? No. That would be a good idea. I normally just take breaks when I'm hungry or thirsty. Although I will finish the stream soon-ish. Maybe, I don't know, I kind of want to do birds as well, but then I'm like, oh, maybe this whole sketchbook should be landscapes. This is what happens in my head. 24, yeah, it won't be 24 hours, like, it won't be 24 hours straight. I feel like I can't promote or advocate for such unhealthy behaviors. Well, thank you. Yeah, so I will I will sleep and everything. I will sleep, I will eat. And I will paint. I felt like, you know, I just felt like something was just always taking priority over creating. And I needed something drastic to actually start creating and keep creating. I can't explain it. It's like, yeah, something like, you know, I guess it's just life when it's busy. Painting doesn't come at the forefront. So I was like, okay, well, if I set myself an art challenge and then also have a live stream, you know, as an accountability, like my accountability, then I will get to create and keep creating and keep creating. And then I made the prompts to try things out and to have fun and do something different. And as I say, my plan is to do it during one of our Zoom sessions this month. But I thought, why not do it in the live stream first? Because I also kind of wasn't sure. I was like, this makes sense to me, but will it make sense to anyone else? That is the true question. But I think it's made sense. You guys have been awesome picking prompts for me as well. I know I'm quieter than usual. I really like the blues. This next section that I'm doing is just watercolor. I'm putting it wet so that it can run down. Naturally, and we're getting those shadows and taking some more of the blues that I added there and just having it dilute. Yeah, a lot to bite off. Definitely. And I think, you know what, it's like that thing of like aim for the stars and you fall in the sky, something like that. Shoot for the stars and fall. I don't know, but you know what I mean. Shoot for the moon and end of the stars, something like that, basically. Hey Juan, no, it's not a 24-hour stream. I did consider doing that. Not today, but as in like in the past, I was kind of like, oh, maybe I should. In fact, I think I spoke about it during a stream, and I was like, oh, but would it be weird for people to just like watch me eat? and like, and because I've seen streamathons, I think they're called. Like they're normally on Twitch, not on YouTube. And I was like, oh, I should do this. No, this is a few hours stream, and then I will end it and continue my paintings tomorrow. So it's 24 hours, but with a break and everything in between. I'm just curious to know if I can finish this sketchbook in one day. How are you, Juan? And you're welcome to join in as well. I have shared the prompts. Oh, I should have shared it in the description, but I did not. But I'll share it again. These are the prompts that we're using for Art Bingo. Oh, and I'm also offering one-to-ones on my membership. So if anyone... It's limited spaces and it's for February only. It's not a normal... It's not a normal reward. It's an extra one, if that makes sense. Just for Feb. So that I can answer people's questions, or we can paint together, or sort out supplies, or talk about starting YouTube, anything. Oh, good. I'm glad you're okay. Are you painting as well? Are you just relaxing on YouTube? I'm going to mute myself for a second. I can still read the chat. This is the Etcher Everyday Sketchbook in the B5 size, so the big size as well. I'm going to mute myself for a second as I dry this. I'm back. Continuing with our watercolor. Going to... This brown I have here, this burnt sienna is very potent. I'm going to add the rocks and logs. And obviously if you're watching on the stream, you can screenshot the pictures so that you can paint from them. And if you are a member, I've created a reference pack that I'm releasing that has these references and extra ones just to keep us going during our no-buy. All this prep. I'm just taking the liberty of adding a few extra rocks. Oh, we haven't spoken since Christmas. Did anyone get any nice Christmas gifts, art supplies or otherwise? I can tell you what I got. I did not get art supplies. I don't know what. I think maybe, yeah, well, to be fair, I don't tend to ask my family for art supplies because, I derive a lot of joy from just getting them myself. So I didn't ask for anything truly artistic apart from like a mini sewing machine. Because, I don't know, I feel like it will come in handy. Oh, you're done painting the birds. Does that mean you're done or you're done for tonight done? I look forward to seeing them. I really enjoy your birds. There was one, like, they're so expressive. There was one that the facial expression, I thought it was so good. I don't even know the time. On this program, I can't see the time and I can't see how long we've been streaming for. Almost like, being in a casino. Oh, done for tonight then. Understood. This is my watercolor side. Don't know if you can tell. Oh, it just arrived. That's awesome. And I'm so glad that you love the Romish Small watercolors. Honestly, it's so funny. I think this side, because it's another style. You're doing it deliberately. I was honestly like, this is so amazing. I was really enjoying their facial expressions. This side, I need 2 style suggestions. I'm thinking I can do pen for one, and neocolor for the other, which is quite different for me because I don't usually use neocolor as a whole. So why not? Pushing boundaries. I'm so glad that you enjoy the Romish Small watercolors. It's so funny. Oh, you got a gift card, so you bought yourself the 12x12 Arches paper, Dorland's wax, and brushes. And you're deliberating. Oh, which Daniel Smith green are you considering? That sounds wonderful. I love buying art supplies so much. I really do. Yeah, no, I'm so glad. It's so funny because obviously when I was making videos I was just like, oh, I really like these watercolors, they're great, and at the time they were £3 for a full pan when I first got them, the good old days. And so I really enjoyed them, and I was like, oh, I really like these, and I made a video. And I think truly it's rare for me to be like, in a video you should get this, or like I just say what I like, and and if you like the same things, then you can take that under advisement. And it was so interesting because after a while, people were like, oh, I bought the Roman small paints because of you. And I was like, Like all of a sudden I was like, oh, I felt this level of responsibility, like, oh my gosh, what if people hate it? And I've made all these videos and people are buying it, but thank goodness the feedback has been positive, but it did make me, you know, nervous getting those messages to be like, oh, you're on a low buy after this. Yeah, you can join us for February or the rest of the year. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, that's what we're doing here, Lana. This one reference I'm doing across the two sides. So this is watercolor, this is gouache. I'm going to use ink for this, and I'm going to use neocolor for the top. Although now I wonder if I should have used um if I should have used neocolor for the bottom, because there's actually more detail here as opposed to pen, because there's only so much I can do with pen, I think. But yeah, that's the prompt. Oh, thank you, Arctic Journal. I'm glad. I'm glad it was helpful. That's the thing, like with the swatches videos, um, I'm making them more so that they're helpful, because I feel like it's actually hard to find good swatches. And I'm not out here to say like, oh, I have the best swatches out there or anything like that at all. But sometimes I'm genuinely perplexed. Like some of the swatches that Jackson's puts up, I'm like, do you not you don't want to sell them? Like what what is going on? You don't want us to buy the paints? You don't want us to know what we're buying, or like what is going, especially like the swatches of even their own watercolors, I feel look really bad, which is why um I got their indigo, and I think I had like their Payne's grey as well, and I was swatching them out for a video, and I was shocked that they were actually nice. I don't know about the rest of the colours, because actually no, I do, because I had the permanent alizarin crimson, which I didn't like at all. But even though I didn't like it, it was better than the swatches they had online of their own paints. Don't really know how to tell them that their swatches online are deterring people from actually bothering to buy their paints. So anyway, because I feel like swatches are hard to find, that's why I make the videos, so that they are there and it can be helpful. You can see what they look like. If you have something that's already similar, you don't need it. If you like it, you can get it, you know? Especially because I also watch swatching videos before I buy. I'm quite enjoying this. I wish I had like more detail to actually add, but I don't really. Just adding ever so tiny rocks so that I have some level of detail to add. And I guess this ends like here, so maybe I can make all of this quite dark. For the line. Yeah, I know it's very hard to. It's hard, yeah, in general, to see what they're like, what they behave like, and things. I'm not gonna lie, like I enjoy experiment videos, Swatches, I don't always enjoy them as much. Swatches, I'm honestly doing them to be helpful. It's not that I enjoy making swatches. I'm just like, it's a helpful video to have so that people can use to for a reference. But they take longer to make, take longer to edit, etc., etc. So this because I remember someone was like, oh, you know, they thought that artists making swatching videos were lazy. They were like, oh, you know, you're not, it's not that hard. And I was like, this is something that only someone who's never made a swatching video could say. Because they're actually quite tedious to make. Nice still, but you know. Like swatching itself is nice, it's just the recording that is the editing. That is work. I think I'll maybe make these a bit darker. Okay, I'll do this lighter and then do this darker. Yeah, no, I do the same. I literally watch the videos so that I can see the proper swatches, have an idea what is going on. And even then, I know it can be hard. You know, it's still not like through a screen. It's still not the same as having it in front of you, but it's a lot. It's better than nothing, isn't it? Being able to see it online. I'm just adding a few slightly darker details. And I quite like that. It's our same reference continued. Just adding a few textures to show that some are rocks. This is a log, you know? Don't want it to be completely smooth. It's funny because I feel like I'm trying to do dry brush with my fountain pen, essentially, so that it has some more texture. Can you see? Thank you so much, Ginger. That's really sweet of you. Am I using gouache? Yes, I have been using gouache, watercolor, and I just used ink. So this bit here is gouache. This is watercolor. This is just ink. This is gouache. This is gouache. This is... maybe I should write what I was using. This is watercolor. This is gouache. This is gouache. No, this is watercolor and... No, this is watercolor and gouache. So watercolor first, then gouache. This is gouache. This is gouache. Yeah, that's the thing, Sonia. Literally the same. Like the swatching itself can be nice. You can just chill and swatch. But to edit it, oh my gosh. It's not fun. You enjoy watching videos. Yeah. Well, you know what? I contemplated. I was like, why haven't I done this before? Is this not legit? I contemplated making swatching videos where it's literally like I have swatched it and I think I've seen Eve Bolt do this where she'll literally, you won't see her swatching, you'll see the swatches there and literally be like, these are the swatches. And I feel like that I could get behind and I could edit like a lot easier. But I don't know why we normally do the painting. Is it because it's helpful to see it go down and see how it moves in the water, or is it just that we enjoy seeing it, or is it just like habit and that's what we do? And in fact, I could just be like say for example with the video, because that's one of the things that's I haven't made the Holbein granulating watercolors video purely because I dread the editing that would be required. It's not even that much, it's just not as nice. I'd rather do other things. But like, could I make a video and be like, okay, these are the Holbein watercolors. These are the Holbein granulating watercolors. And I could just give you close-ups and be like, this is what they look like dry. Okay, this is let me know what you think, and then talk through them with them already done and already dry. Like, do you know what I mean? I don't know. I've only seen Eve Bolt do it, and but before I'd seen it, I was thinking like, if I did it, would people even watch it? Like, would it even be helpful? Yeah, the drying shift. Because I was looking back on some of my videos to try and my swatching videos to try and motivate myself to record and to edit and whatnot. And oh my gosh, like the Roman Schmoll 20 new colors video, that video was a beast to edit. Like an absolute beast. So watching back my videos wasn't actually motivating. It was in fact deterring, because I was like, I can't go through that again. And it's helpful. Like I was, oh my gosh, I really, because sometimes when I go down the rabbit hole, I just keep going. So like I swatched them out, and then I had a video next to my video of the dry swatch so that you could compare, and then I did mixes with the colors, and then I also compared them to other existing Roman Schmoll watercolors and other brand watercolors, so that you could see what the colors were like and if you needed it or not, or if there's actually a similar color to it already. Like, it's a helpful video. It's a great video. It just took a lot to create and to edit. So I don't know. I'll see. That's why I was like, oh, I was gearing myself up to do the next new Roman Schmoll colours and the Holbein colours, but like I said, it's just the editing. Yeah, but you love Eve's videos. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll try it and see how it is. And it won't be the same, but there'll be someone out there who will swatch them out. And I can just literally be like, these are the colours, these are the pigments, and whatnot. I don't mind. Like, I don't even mind doing the live streams. The Holbein watercolors, I swatched them all out in a live stream. But some people don't like live streams, so people were asking me for like the shorter edited version. And I get it, because I watch live streams live, but I struggle to watch live streams on replay. And if it's for swatching, then I'm more tempted to just go and look and see where the actual colour that I'm interested in is being swatched. So I understand the appeal of having an edited video. Yeah, no wildflower, good idea. Yeah, so I've done that. And I've done that for the Holbein, but they don't tend to get as many views because people prefer to have it edited, basically. which I said, okay, yeah, I will do. But it's been like 3 months and I haven't done it. I haven't done it at all. Like, I can't. I will. It's not that. It's actually not that bad. You know, it's like when you make it bigger than it is in your head. And also, I think it's like I have so many ideas and so many things that I want to do that I'm excited by, and this feels like something that um that needs to get done. But I'm not excited by it. I'm not excited by um the thought of it. I'm excited by the watercolors though. So there is that. Yeah, I should make videos I enjoy. That's the thing. It feels like a balance. The way that I try to do it is like some video, like maybe 2 videos for you know, people watching, 1 video for me. That's usually like the balance I try to strike. So the videos for me might be like the travel art vlogs. Those are for me. Like, I enjoy watching them back. I don't enjoy editing them, but I enjoy watching them back, and I enjoy those kind of videos, you know. But so I take it as for me, and they don't tend to get as many views, but I'm okay with that because I feel like they are valuable and enjoyable, and I really like them. And then swatching would be like for viewers, hauls for viewers. The experiment ones for both of us. I really like the experiment, like, you know, the granulating recipes video. I really enjoyed that, making that and playing around with that. And again, it was a lot of work, but it was really fun. And I thought that it would be beneficial for people because, you know, a lot of the colors out there, we could probably mix them ourselves even better than what's being sold. So it was nice to kind of put that to the test. So yeah, it's a balance. Don't even know if my colours are really making sense, but they are what I'm using. Oh, where's my jade green? Oh, here it is. I was thinking, babe, where are you? I use you all the time. I've never used neocolours like this, so this feels like quite an interesting experience. Which I'm glad for. One of the beauties of doing challenges like this, actually getting to use your supplies and explore them. Because normally I just use them for like finishing touches on top of my near finished artwork, not to do the whole thing. Yeah, you got exactly that. I have the dot cards as well, and that's the thing. I wanted to make a video. I have so many video ideas. I just need to sit down and actually make them. But I think it's so valuable to know pigment numbers, and by know I don't mean like commit them to memory and, you know, like it's an exam or anything like that. But I feel like sometimes there's the impression that by knowing them or talking about them, it's like an elitist thing. And I don't think it is. I think it's just like knowledge is power. And I feel like sometimes by knowing, oh, you know, this pigment makes this pigment, like you technically, obviously it's not the exact recipe, but you're getting the recipe to make all these really cool colors that you would otherwise be charged a fortune for. Or sometimes you're being you know, certain colors are just being charged way higher than they should be. But without knowing the pigment numbers, you wouldn't know. Or you can automatically have an idea of, like, you know, the kind of properties of that color because of the pigments inside. I really think that sometimes people get a bad rep, and that's not to say like, oh, if it doesn't have the right pigments you shouldn't enjoy creating or anything like that, or you should only use light fast colors or anything like that. But like, if there was a color that was light fast and a color that was not light fast, and they look the same and they was charged the same, you may not even be told. But if you knew actually this one is going to fade and this one is not, you would go for the one that's not going to fade. I think it, honestly, I agree, it really does save you money in the long run. In the long run and in the short run. Like, sometimes even, like, no shade, but a lot of these cadmium free colors that they're charging a series for, like, they could, and I don't even think they're not sharing pigment info in a lot of them, but like phalos are cadmium free and they're series 1. Like, they're the cheapest, you know, usually amongst the cheapest of pigments. But then if you don't know, you end up buying series 4, most expensive ones, not knowing. That's like a marketing thing. Yeah, exactly, Sonia. You really like, just in case anyone's watching on the replay, you really like Deep Sea Black, but it's a mix of PB29 and PBK11, which is essentially ultramarine and Mars Black. And there's series 1 and series 2 pigments, which are actually, but the price is a series 3, exactly. So you could mix it yourself with cheaper paints, or you could buy the one that's more expensive. And it makes sense. And I get the allure of convenience mixes. I don't even, you know, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, like, but it's to know, right? If I know that it's series 3 but it's made with cheaper pigments, and I don't mind because I don't want to mix it, that's fine. At least I know it's a conscious decision as opposed to being duped. They're exactly, they are pretty. I wonder if I can just reactivate this to do the sky. Is this a sky color? No. This is a sky color. Because I feel like if I don't reactivate it, let me just... My water is dirty again. For the 3rd time this stream. Oh, hey, David. What page are we on? Such a good question. We are still at the beginning of the sketchbook. How? I don't know. No, I'm joking. It's because I keep chatting. Which ones are you talking about? Oh, the cadmium. Yeah. Oh, is the messy desk here as well? Oh my gosh, the whole gang's here. Welcome. We were just talking. I was just talking about, like, my personal opinion on the importance of knowing pigments or having an idea about them so that you can make an informed choice when buying supplies. And we're playing art bingo, where I am sharing the references, but I also have a list of prompts that I have. Oh, thank you. Oh, hey, April. How is everyone coming at the same time? This is awesome. So the prompts for the art bingo are here, but essentially, we're picking references, and then I'm picking a prompt from the list that I have created. And at the end, I will bring up the actual bingo table and see if I've won, but equally it's open to others to join as well. And if you are joining in and you get bingo, you can tag me on Instagram so that I can see, and we see who wins. Okay, so this is Neocolor, ink, watercolor, gouache. Oh, your laptop light board has died. Does that mean? Oh, right on time. You have the Daniel Smith paints arrived as well? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I'm trying to do the live stream with the new software, so I wasn't 100% sure if it would work, but I thought it was worth a shot. And to my very pleasant surprise, it has worked. And it's been lots of fun. Oh, you just saw the link on Discord as well, yeah. Oh, I see. I'm glad it's got... You fixed it now, right, David? Or you've just got the bit to fix it? Hey, Elizabeth. Everyone's joining. What time is it in the US? Oh my. What time did I start? I started at... No. Did I start at 6? No. What time did I start? How long has this been going? Because I can't see it on while I'm streaming. 4 hours. It's 5 hours. Whoa. My bad. I thought it was like 3. Okay, let me show you what we've done so far. So, first thing is that we're doing art bingo. So these are the prompts that I have got. So I share an image, and then you have to pick one of these prompts to create that image. And then at the end, probably, so tomorrow I will share the grid of bingo, and then we'll see if anyone's got bingo. And it's 1 reference per prompt. So you can't just do 1 image and have like 18 prompts attached to it. Aim of it being to encourage creating art and trying out different things. And I have shared the link to the bingo prompts here, and I've also, they're on Discord, on Ko-fi, sorry, in the Ko-fi shop, so you can access that. And let me show you what we've done so far. So this one that I just did was one reference, 4 styles. So gouache, watercolor, ink, and Neocolor 2. Should probably make a note of that. Then this one, this one was left-handed, right-handed. Then this one was created in 1 minute 2 minutes, 6 minutes. This was using only 3 colors, and the reference was green as like green. And Miranda Watson picked these colors for me, but they couldn't create a green, so this is what we created instead, like a really nice abstract landscape. The colors were phthalo blue, burnt umber, and orange. Then this prompt was creating this reference using only 20 brush strokes. This one is cubism / straight lines only. And this one is background, then details, which was the first one that we did. Oh, thank you. Honestly, I was so surprised because last time I ever did left-handed, I didn't enjoy it at all. But this one I actually really enjoyed creating. Let's repeat this tomorrow morning. You have more birds to finish. I mean, we could do it. Maybe I'll do I'll see. I'll think as to whether, because I was thinking of doing a members only, but then I thought it was too late notice. So I wasn't going to. So we'll see. I can do one tomorrow so that we know what the end is. But honestly, although part of me is like, oh my gosh, I'm not gonna finish. But it's 5 hours and I've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it should be possible to finish. I just need to do more timed ones or not take, 40 minutes to do one painting. That would be great. I do have like other references as well. Look, I thought I was tempted to do birds, although on one hand I'm tempted to do birds, on the other hand I'm tempted to finally complete this 50 landscapes challenge that I have been talking about for like 3 years. I might have bingo by now. You're right. Should I check? But if I check and I tell you, then you'll still have to create 10 paintings to do it. Yeah, no, I would get more done. I may do that. So maybe what I'll do is paint a little bit by myself, and then providing all is well, and I have enough energy and time, I could come and do another live stream to finish it off, and then see if anyone's got bingo. Let me see if I have bingo. Because I need 5. So do I have any cubist, 1 art, 4 styles, 20 brushstroke, 3 colors? I'm 1 away from bingo. Yeah. Wait. No. Yeah, I haven't got bingo. How could I do 10? I don't have bingo. I thought. Yeah, okay. It is what it is. I mean, I assume I will have bingo by the end of the sketchbook. So it's okay that I don't have it yet, but for a second I did think like, oh yeah, obviously I do, I must do. Let me add this. I kind of don't want to end it because you guys are here now. But we're gonna ink, new color. Then again, I cannot believe it's been. I think that's how you pick the prompts. I can't believe it's been 5 hours. I really can't believe it. Thank you all so much for being here and for watching and for chatting with me. I thought it was like 3 hours max. Like I knew I was tired, or getting tired, but I didn't think it had been so long. I'm genuinely enjoying it. Yeah, I can't even see the time. I can only see. Now, if you enjoyed the video, can you like the video? Yeah, no, I think, it's 11:30 from what I can see. I'm trying to look down. A wildflower, you can't believe it either. I know, it's wild. It's wild. But it's been fun, no? It's been a fun ride. We've got to chat, we've got to paint, we've got to create together. I almost want to create, like when I look at these 4 sections, my favorite section is the ink one. Oh, I told you I like the way my ink, I like inked drawings, the way they look. I'm just like, oh, I should do that more often. I don't ink landscapes often because it doesn't feel like there's much to ink, but actually there is. Okay, wow. I know. I've really enjoyed it, and I will let you all go to sleep. And I'll have a think about tomorrow, and if I can do it, I will schedule it so that you have a bit of a heads up. I suspect it would be something like 3 p.m. UK time, something like that. Yeah. No, I'm glad that you guys joined. I'm sorry that you missed part of it. I mean, there is the replay, but given that it's 5 hours, I don't know if I can, don't know what I can say to that. Which makes me think, if someone's watching this on the replay and they're watching to this, like you're watching to this point, can you let me know? Maybe tell me which one was your favorite, left hand or right hand, so that I know that you got to 5 hours, because I think that is incredible. Incredible for live and incredible for the replay as well. But I will. Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. I really appreciate you. I hope you can make it tomorrow as well. I think I will do tomorrow. Because, yeah, I had a good time and I want to keep the good times rolling. So I will leave you to it. I will sleep. Well, I'll eat, then I'll sleep. No wonder you were asking me about breaks. And I will see you tomorrow. Thank you all so much for watching, and I will leave everything linked down below in the description for you as well. But yeah, good night, have a good day, and thank you all so much. And yeah, please like the video and all that good stuff of, subscribe and and whatnot. And thank you so much for joining. Bye. I'll see you.